And that's one of the reasons why this is only a partial victory for Penny and his supporters. He should never have gone through this. In my view, this case was wrongly brought, and most prosecutors would have used their discretion not to bring charges.
Let's talk about what we heard, what the jurors heard on both sides, right? So it seemed throughout trial some of the most compelling testimony from that the jurors got to hear and see was from the actual witnesses who'd said that they were scared on that subway car when Jordan Neely came on. One woman, I think, the one with the 5-year-old, said that she'd seen mentally unstable people come onto subway cars before, but this time felt different. What, in your mind, in hindsight, was maybe the most compelling thing that the jurors heard in reaching this decision?
I think the most compelling testimony did come from people on that train car. It was absurd for Bragg to bring this case when other people in the train car said that they felt that they were at risk, that they were afraid. So this was not just Penny making something up on some vengeful or violent act. This was a shared view by other people in that moment. I also felt that Penny's interview with the police officers was extremely valuable. I mean, he did not know that Neely had passed away, and he kept on talking about how Neely was continuing to struggle and why he reverted to his training as a Marine to try to protect others. It was a very effective moment, and he was wise to waive his rights to give that interview. So I think that the jury had nothing but reasonable doubt in my mind. The curious aspect is obviously the deadlock on the more serious offense, only to unanimously reject criminal negligence. Now,
yeah, what do you think that was? Talk to us about what you think might have been going on in deliberations, because that is fascinating, right? And you think to yourself, oh, this is part of the prosecution's plan, right? We'll give them 2 charges. If they think one is maybe too harsh, then they can always fall back on the lesser charge and still convict, still feel like they're convicting. But in this case, what happened? What struck you about what happened?
Well, it did have that feel last week of a single holdout or just a couple of jurors that were not agreeing to acquit. And over the weekend, obviously, there was a change of mind on that jury. What's interesting about that is that this was the scenario that Bragg had planned for. Most of us did not believe for a second that he was going to secure a conviction on the more serious offense. I don't think Bragg thought that. But what he wanted to do, and this is not unique to him, is to create a condition or a situation for a compromise verdict. You have the jury fight out on the larger verdict, and then they splinter. Sometimes they'll acquit, but then they're in a position to reach a compromise conviction verdict on the second offense. So this was a fairly standard method used by prosecutors. It just didn't work out that way. I mean, over the weekend, somebody changed their mind and, in my view, came to their senses. Now, there's this debate as to whether Bragg could even bring another charge based on the first second-degree crime that he alleged. My guess is it's barred by double jeopardy, but prosecutors often litigate that. It comes down to a Blockberger test, which is from 1932, in which you look at whether the 2 offenses are where one is subsumed by the other, or whether they are separate offenses with different elements. And the prosecutors have been effective in some past cases to show that one element is different so that you cannot treat it as a lesser included offense. I've always adopted a very broad view of double jeopardy. It's probably because I'm a criminal defense attorney. But I think that helping Penny here is just that it would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous for Bragg to charge him again after the jury wouldn't even find grounds for blameworthy conduct. I mean, that's incredibly low as a standard. So even though I think it should be blocked, I think that practically it is. He just heard from the people of New York. That's what a jury is. These are
Right.
people coming from that community.
And just to be clear for our listeners, we're having this part of the discussion because in a normal criminal trial, if a jury deadlocks on a charge, you could, and we've seen this happen before, the prosecution says, well, I'm going to retry that case. But in this case, because the jury has found not guilty on an even lesser charge, that's why there's this discussion about, would you even bother retrying on the more serious charge, which was fascinating. But I also wanted your thoughts before we wrap up about what you thought, if anything, the prosecution had going for their case. Was this just, because we heard from all these witnesses who were like, wow, I was really afraid. When prosecutors went forth to present their case, were they saying at the end of the day, a man lost his life, and that was the crux of their case, regardless of how fearful subway riders were?
Well, prosecutors often do a good job as they did here, in breaking up a video to make it look like it was longer than it was. They stop it, they fragment it. You almost get the impression that he was strangling him all day, right? This occurred in a very short period of time under conditions that were immediate and alarming. And so the part of the job of the defense is to remind the jury that what you're watching is a split-second decision to try to protect others on that train. But the prosecutors do a good job in sort of separating it out to say that here, and here, it's clear that he's not resisting. It's clear that this is an excessive use of force. They also had a very good scientific witness who gave the sort of pathology report and argued that that there was a basis here for blaming Penny for this death and to rule out other causes. The problem with that testimony is the lack of damage to the neck, and particularly in broken bones that you would normally see, despite the fact that human beings are remarkably hardy in terms of the damage that we can take. The neck is actually a fairly fragile part of that body. And you will often see broken bones that were not present in this case. That was effectively used by the defense. The prosecutors also did bring forth a couple of witnesses who said, it went on too long. I thought that he should have stopped. The problem is that, once again, and I think the defense did a very good job here in saying this was a sudden emergency situation where Penny reverted to his training and tried to help not just himself, but others. And people on that train had the same view that he did, that this was not just a raving person on a train, that this was an immediate threat to them.
Well, and also, doesn't that go to the point that if it goes on for too long, that he certainly wasn't intending to kill him? If there's a struggle and it's going on for quite some time, did that argument backfire?
Yeah, I think that it did. I think a part of the issue here also is just common sense. One of the reasons I think this case was absurd from the outset is that these jurors live in the real world. They ride those trains. They know there's lots of crazy people on a train, but they also know how to distinguish a real threat. They're New Yorkers. They're famous for that. They are tough. And you had New Yorkers on that train saying this was not the normal situation. You had one woman who said, I see raving people all the time, and I was scared. I was trying to get out of that car.
Right.
And, the thing that really struck me about the verdict afterwards is you had this crowd outside yelling, and you had one of the activists saying, just try to go out and do something for someone else today as part of the protest. Well, Penny did that. He was trying to do something for someone else. But when you look at the anger of that mob, it's easy to view them as New York. But New York was in that jury box. New York was behind that mob and the rest of the city. And Penny had a lot of support there.
Wow. Professor Jonathan Turley, thank you so much for your insight.
It's my great pleasure.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Were you aware that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period in the year? The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6-lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Santa, he's not checking his list. He's checking out the insane deals at the Bush Auto Group. Forget Black Friday, forget Christmas shopping. These deals are so big they'll have your wallet saying, ho, ho, holy. We're talking huge dollar amounts off select Nissans. Infinity's so affordable, Santa's ditching the sleigh for adaptive cruise control. And our pre-owned deals, they're so outrageous you'll feel like you're stealing. But don't worry, it's all perfectly legal. You're still on the nice list. Visit us online at bushautogroup.com. And remember, Philly rides with us.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-909-1822. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pensions seized. Call now. Call 800-909-1822. That's 800-909-1822. 800-909-1822.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Police arresting a suspect Monday in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Fox's Kevin Cork's got more.
Officials tell us that Luigi Mangione hasn't made any statements thus far since his arrest at a Pennsylvania McDonald's. It's also unclear if he has asked for a lawyer. Credit is being showered on a McDonald's employee and a customer who contacted police to lead to the arrest. The 26-year-old Mangione is being held without bail in connection to the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, who was killed in broad daylight outside of a Manhattan hotel.
The killer allegedly using a ghost gun or a firearm lacking the necessary serial numbers that could have been 3D printed. He is now being charged with murder in New York. A New York jury, meantime, acquitting Daniel Penny in the subway chokehold case. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer with more.
Penny was found not guilty in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old homeless man with a history of mental illness. His defense attorneys had only been hoping for a hung jury in the criminally negligent homicide charge. The case divided many nationwide, but Penny was seen at a bar celebrating with his attorneys as a free man.
Daniel, can you tell me how you're feeling about this right now?
You going this way?
Can you tell me how you're feeling?
Feeling great, guys, and it's just a great day. It's just a great day.
The mood was much more somber for Jordan Neely's family, who were, quote, devastated, angry, and hurt over the jury's decision.
Mysterious drones flying over the state of New Jersey, leaving citizens and local officials confused, even as some officials maintain they pose no threat. Fox's Nate Foy has more.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy calls the drones sophisticated.
The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. And, you know, we're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure.
In a new letter to Governor Murphy, 19 elected New Jersey officials write, the lack of information and clarity regarding these operations has caused fear and frustration among our constituents.
Governor Murphy saying he's continuously been in communication with federal officials and has also assured they are no threat. I'm Ted Lindner. That's the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
People constantly calling in the station today. Get Presler. What are you thinking about next? What does Scott Presler want to do next?
2026 is around the corner.
Yes.
And the governorship is there, 2028, to elect J.D. Vance as the next president of the United States. I mean, I'm always forward thinking. The gears are always turning.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Wherever I go, online security is a top priority for me. In my personal life, on the job, with the family. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. I do feel so secure and worry-free thanks to Privacy Pro's 3-in-1 subscription service. DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. So it helps protect your personal info from being exploited exploited by those hackers, scammers, or privacy invasive companies. I discovered DuckDuckGo years ago. It's an independent browser search engine, and millions use it. DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro provides me with a VPN, secure encrypted Wi-Fi connection, which I trust. I love that the DuckDuckGo VPN works on browsers and apps across mobile and desktop, up to 5 devices at once. Get a 30-day free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. Then you pay $9.99 a month. Do this, duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call tax relief helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day to start the new trading week on Wall Street Monday. All of the major indices were down. The Dow lost 241 points. The S&P 500 was down 37. And the NASDAQ lost 123. The S&P and the NASDAQ down from record high closes on Friday. NVIDIA was down more than 2.5% after China said it's probing the chip giant for potential antitrust violations. Apple, though, did close at a record high. Earnings today from AutoZone, Dave & Buster's, and GameStop. And at Microsoft's annual meeting today, shareholders will vote on a proposal concerning investing in Bitcoin. The company's board has recommended voting against the proposal. The biggest news this week comes tomorrow when the November figures for the Consumer Price Index, a key inflation indicator, are announced. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
What's next for Syria? President Biden's optimistic.
At long last, the Assad regime has
fallen to opposition rebels who in a reinsurgency took control of Syria after 13 years of civil war.
This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians.
Longtime leader Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia, so the president says
it's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
But who's in charge? The leader of a rebel group known as HST has met with Syria's prime minister about setting up a transition government.
Anything like this rebellion that diminishes Russian and Iranian influence and power in the Middle East is good for the United States. It's good for Israel.
But at the same time, Republican Senator Tom Cotton also tells Fox,
I think we have to be clear-eyed. You know, Ronald Reagan used to say about Soviet Russia, trust but verify. I think in this situation, we need to distrust and verify anyone who might come to power in Syria.
And that's why the U.S., which has a small force already inside Syria on an anti-terror mission, launched airstrikes going after ISIS militants. And Israel bombed suspected chemical weapons sites and long-range rocket storage inside Syria, fearing they could fall into terrorists' hands.
Now we enter a new phase, whether the opposition forces can unite in some capacity or whether they may now perhaps transition to fighting amongst themselves, only time will tell.
Dan Hoffman is a Fox News contributor now, but used to work for the CIA in that region as director of the CIA Near East Division.
The Syrian opposition has always been a large group, amalgamous ethnic groups. You've got the Kurds fighting with the Syrian Democratic Forces. You've got Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the group you mentioned, which was formerly known as Jabhat al-Nusra, affiliated with al-Qaeda and ISIS. They later broke with al-Qaeda and ISIS and have fought those terrorist groups. Doesn't mean that they themselves have renounced terrorism or that they won't engage in terrorism, but they have been fighting al-Qaeda and ISIS, and according to their leader, Mohammed Jolani, they are interested in integrating the very disparate elements of Syrian society to create some sort of a unified nation. That's what they're saying. Whether that's actually going to happen or not is another matter. And of course, there are not just what's going on in Syria, but you've got big powers tracking events and interfering. Iran, of course, has long been a benefactor of the Assad regime. They still have some capacity to cause harm in the country. Turkey has been a backer of the Syrian National Army as well as of HTS. And then, of course, you've got Russia. They still have their naval base in Tartus. So there's a lot of interest there among the great powers. And for the United States, clearly, the key interests for us, for our national security, terrorism, as you mentioned, chemical weapons stockpiles, and who has access to those, a second key interest.
Yeah, and Israel already went after those suspected chemical weapons sites and also long-range rockets. Would you imagine there's more of this to come?
Yes, and the United States reportedly launched 75 strikes on al-Qaeda and ISIS targets. And so that absolutely is what I expect the United States and Israel to be doing in the coming weeks and months.
Okay.
Yes.
President-elect Trump comes into office a little more than a month from now. He posted on Truth Social, Syria is a mess, not our friend. The U.S. should not get involved.
Well, it's hard to interpret exactly what the president-elect meant by that statement that he made, that he put out on social media. Does he mean not involve ourselves militarily with U.S. troops on the ground? We've only got around 900 troops there, and we need them to find, fix, and finish those terrorists who would otherwise seek to do us harm in the region or potentially here in the homeland. If he meant that, I don't think anyone in our country certainly wants to send U.S. troops to Syria, but we do need to be diplomatically engaged. We need to be engaged with our allies and partners in the region.
You mentioned Russia and you mentioned Iran. I mean, they've had this influence in the Middle East through the Assad regime in Syria. Losing that, how important is it for Israel, for us?
Well, it's an opportunity for us because Iran has used Syria as a transit point to get their support, military support to Hezbollah. And that may no longer be possible, which would be of great benefit to Israel. But that's why it's so important now in this post-war period that we're in, or potentially another civil war period in Syria, to shape events to the extent that we can so that Iran's influence is as limited as possible, so that Russia's nefarious influence is as limited as possible, and that we break this this link between Iran and Hezbollah through Syria. It's a great opportunity for us in the region. We can thank Israel for that and thank the Ukrainians, because Ukraine put a lot of pressure on Russia, and the Russians were unable to keep up their military support to Assad. And of course, Israel took the fight to Hezbollah and to Iran and severely limited Iran and Hezbollah's capacity to prop up the Assad regime, hence the results that we saw.
Now, we have this ceasefire that has had, of course, breaches between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. It seems like after that was put in place, this insurgency and this civil war in Syria ramped up, and they quickly took control. Are they related at all?
Broadly speaking, the timing is related to Israel's just decimation and decapitation of Hezbollah, as well as the Israeli strikes on Iran that have put Iran back on their heels. I think it's got a lot to do with that. Israel is enforcing a ceasefire right now, and there are times when Israel is going to have to continue to launch strikes to ensure that Hezbollah abides by the agreement.
You know, it reminds me the pace of the insurgency taking over Syria town by town and then into Damascus. 2021, when the Taliban retook Afghanistan, it was just a matter of weeks, and the U.S. forces rushed out, and that's its own controversy. How is it that after 13 years they were able so quickly to do this?
Well, I think for our political scientists who are listening, we draw a distinction between countries that are propped up by external forces. We were propping up the government of Afghanistan. Iran was propping up the government in Syria. And that means that those countries have a tendency to be brittle. And when push comes to shove, as we saw from the Taliban or from Syrian opposition, this is the result that you get, and it can happen incredibly quickly. Now, when you've got a homegrown dictatorship like North Korea or China or Russia, tend to be more resilient.
But the Assad regime, Bashar al-Assad, his father, they ruled for 50 years. This is not any kind of a new government that's been toppled.
Right, and they ruled, with extraordinary human rights abuses and repression. But they were caught up in the Arab Spring, and it's worth looking at the other countries that were likewise caught up in the Arab Spring: Egypt, Tunisia, Yemen, Libya. Yemen and Libya succumbed to civil war and strife, internal strife, and terrorists capturing large swaths of territory. Tunisia and Egypt have turned to strongmen. So it hasn't exactly worked out as I think the protesters way back in 2011 would have wished. And that's the concern about Syria. Now, this is over to the Syrians to figure it out. But our goal, I think, would be to limit the nefarious impact of outside actors like Iran and Russia in particular.
All right, you talk about Libya. Afghanistan we've gone through, and Yemen. How dangerous is a power vacuum that someone's going to try to fill?
Well, I think that's the concern. And if you think about Syria's chemical weapons, Israel destroyed Syria's nuclear program in 2007. That's of concern. Scientists and others there. A power vacuum can spell big trouble for the region and beyond. So I expect the UN to be involved. That's good. Regional actors, for sure, to be involved. The United States needs to engage diplomatically. We need to be involved. No, we don't need to send hundreds of thousands of troops to Syria and try to build girls' schools and things like that. But we do need to be diplomatically involved, and we need our intelligence community collecting on potential threats to ourselves and our allies.
We mentioned President-elect Trump and wanting to stay out of it. When he was in his first term, he did go after Syria after the use of chemical weapons on their own people. So, he does have a history of getting involved in some capacity, right?
Yeah, it's past isn't always prologue with President-elect Trump. So his team is just starting to come together. He needs to have a Secretary of Defense. He's obviously got a National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, but he needs to have his Secretary of State in place, his team in place, so that they can start to look at this challenge that we're facing and step out smartly with the right policy.
Yeah, he's going to come in with Still, the unsettled situation with Israel and Gaza, now Syria, and the war in Ukraine that he's hoping to put to an end. This is not an easy time.
I think we're facing more wickedly complex threats to our national security, arguably, than ever before. North Korea has intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of hitting our homeland now. The terrorism situation in Afghanistan is of grave concern. Al-Qaeda and ISIS enjoy a lot of open field running there because we pulled out chaotically and don't have the same find, fix, and finish capability we once had. Remember that ISIS has now launched strikes externally in Russia at the Crocus City Mall. That's demonstrating a capability to launch overseas attacks has to be of concern to us. Obviously, China ripping off our intellectual property and threatening threatening Taiwan, militarizing the South China Sea. I mean, there's just no end in sight of national security threats. If there's a silver lining in all those dark clouds, it's a heck of a lot of job security for my old former colleagues at the CIA and throughout the intelligence community. But man, I'll tell you, even in the silver linings, there are a lot of clouds. You know, there just isn't a whole lot of good stuff to look at except the dedicated work from our intelligence community and the State Department and our state and local law enforcement, on whom we rely now more than ever before to keep us safe.
You know, lastly, I want to talk about Iran again. Their UN atomic watchdog continues to worry about enriching uranium to potential weapons grade. The new Trump administration is coming in. Do you think Iran is going to try to get these weapons finally?
That's also a concern. There's a risk for Iran in doing that because Israel destroyed all their air defenses with the last round of strikes. And look, Iran is a nuclear threshold state. That does give them some benefit. If they want to take it to the next level, they're going to bring on the risk of Israeli and United States, I think, kinetic action, as well as Israeli sabotage operations behind Iranian enemy lines.
Dan Hoffman, Fox News contributor, former CIA director of the Near East Division, focusing on the power vacuum in Syria. Great to talk to you, Dan. Thanks so much.
You too, as always.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Driving is a freedom we often take for granted. But what happens when that freedom is taken by an unexpected breakdown? No one needs it, and who can afford it? With prices skyrocketing, we can barely afford a trip to the grocery store, let alone a car breakdown. But you can help protect yourself and your wallet by picking up the phone and calling my friends at CarShield. Call CarShield right now, 800-898-6155. For over 20 years, CarShield has been helping Americans protect their out-of-warranty vehicles, whether car, truck, or SUV. Protecting up to 5,000 parts and systems in nearly all makes and models. And with affordable monthly plans to fit any budget, you have to call CarShield, folks, right now. 800-898-6155. That number again, 800-898-6155. Or visit carshield.com/Levin. That's carshield.com/LEVIN for a free quote and 20% off. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusion at carshield.com.
Were you aware that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period in the year? The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6 lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Howard Eskin here, and you can get ready and holiday ready with Jack Daniels at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store. Pick up the original Jack Daniels Tennessee Honey, Jack Fire, or Jack Honey 1.75 milliliter bottles, all for $3 off, or a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar, now ready to drink in a can. Jack Daniels, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
See specialty, 7% ABV, Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and all the Brazil are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. New York prosecutors filing a murder charge against the man arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania yesterday in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Officials tell us that Luigi Mangione hasn't made any statements thus far since his arrest at a Pennsylvania McDonald's. It's also unclear if he has asked for a lawyer. Credit is being showered on a McDonald's employee and a customer who contacted police to lead to the arrest.
Fox's Kevin Core. Chaos arresting in New York City yesterday outside the courthouse after a jury acquitted Daniel Penny of the subway chokehold death of homeless man Jordan Neely. Verdict coming after more than 24 hours of jury deliberations and after a manslaughter charge was dropped. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Cincinnati Bengals down the Dallas Cowboys 27-20. Joe Burrow threw a 40-yard TD pass to Jamar Chase with 1:01 remaining. The 4 Heisman Trophy finalists have been revealed. They are Colorado's Travis Hunter, Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty, Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel, and Miami QB Cam Ward. Former Patriots coach Bill Belichick says he's had some good conversations with North Carolina's Chancellor Lee Roberts about possibly coaching the Tar Heels. Georgia quarterback Carson Beck is out indefinitely with an elbow injury. The Bulldogs are the second seed in the college football playoffs, and Saints QB Derek Carr is week to week with a fractured hand and a concussion. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay?
Between you and me, it was lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, the doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference.
Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed a change in me.
Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, they say free, but what they really mean is see the fine print. Now, there's no shortage of ads from big carriers, and they offer the latest iPhone quote for free. But when you look deeper, you realize to qualify, you're going to need to trade in your phone valued at $1,000, and you need to be on the $100 a month unlimited plan, and you're probably going to pay a $35 activation fee. Now, that's a lot of money for a free phone. Don't fall for it. Now, Pure Talk, which is my cell phone company, has a better option. You can get a brand new iPhone 14, which has all the bells and whistles you'll ever need. Plus, you get unlimited talk and text, 15 gigs of data, mobile hotspot, and you get it for $50 a month. How about that? Now, just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Plus, when you dial pound 250, keyword save now, guess what? You know you're getting the best customer service in America. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-909-1822. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-909-1822. That's 800-909-1822. 800-909-1822.
Win big this holiday season with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York-certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
this Tuesday, December 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On an action-packed Tuesday, as Greg Stocker would say, with lots of big cases reaching finality, closure, the end of the road. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Dense fog advisory.
Yeah, I noticed that. I couldn't see any of the skyline this morning with all the buildings that are typically lit up in a variation of colors. Couldn't see a damn thing as you approached the exit of the Schuylkill towards Market Street.
Yeah, visibility this morning is horrible. So
it is. It is. Gregory.
It's the F around to find out morning on the program today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's a good day.
It is.
It's a good day. The verdict yesterday that came down.
Daniel Penny.
And then the capture of, I guess we have to say still alleged
killer,
Luigi Mangione.
Yeah. You think he's Italian?
Now, I was running errands, so I didn't hear Zioli, but I thought of Zioli. I thought, I know he's on the air going, he had to be Italian.
And there's a local angle to this.
Yeah. Local angle. And by the way, his grandparents owned a AM talk station in Baltimore, Maryland.
And a golf course.
680 AM. And a luxury resort area.
Yeah.
So
his grandfather basically lived the life I dreamed of living. Owning a media outlet and a golf property.
That radio station, by the way, is still on the air. 680 AM.
I think they stream. I think they actually simulcast Kayal and Company.
Yeah, they should.
In cost-cutting measures, they just carry our show.
They absolutely should. Yeah.
So we will talk about that this morning as Daniel Penny prevails. Law and order restored. Luigi is nailed. Also, Taylor Lorenz apparently too extreme for the left.
By the way, I would like to say that Luigi is allegedly, I guess we have to always say that, he's a red hat wearing, MAGA supporting.
Yes.
QAnon believing, right? Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. He's not any of that.
I think back in the day he used to hang out with Mario, Wario, Toadstool, and Yoshi. Yeah. Joe and Jill against Kamala and Dougie. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Democrat insiders also saying they're very mad that Joe Biden has basically checked out with 6 weeks to go, and they already feel like Donald Trump is in charge. We'll talk about that, and also more of the allegations being made against Jay-Z, and what will the fallout be for the Super Bowl, because apparently he is scheduled to perform at Super Bowl 10,000 or whatever it is this year.
By the way, the one thing I want to know about this whole Jay-Z thing, in the alleged account that happened, they were saying that there was a female that watched it all happen. Who is that female? Who is said female? No, we don't know that.
I don't know that.
I mean, look, it's
pretty obvious.
I mean, to not think that she was not around at that time.
That's right.
I'm just saying.
Because back
of course
then
we don't know anything, but
back then she was still Jenny from the block.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that she's got.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get to the news. And by the way, also today, more presidential trivia coming up at 9:20 for a chance for a $50 Metro Diner gift card. And for those who have struggled or who have publicly complained about the difficulty of the questions, folks, I can't help the fact that most of these presidents back in the day are boring people, okay? So, there's only so much trivia on these bizarre human beings. I mean, unless you want me to say what was John Quincy Adams' middle initial and basically answer the question for you, I got to deal with what I'm given here, all right? Hey, these questions are too difficult. Well, then don't play. What do you want from me? All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stenslin.
Good morning. 44 degrees. Warnings from the National Weather Service of dense fog advisories and alerts this morning. Very low visibility. So we do have a few fender benders, nothing major out there, but just be safe. A lot of slipping and sliding and low visibility. We are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon on this Tuesday, December 10th, Kayal and Company News Live. We have an update for you because we are hearing from officials they have indeed issued a warrant for the arrest of a man for that deadly home invasion that took place on the Philadelphia's main line that we talked about yesterday. What a tragedy. The neighborhood's still in shock. This happened in the Wynwood section of Lower Merion Township Sunday, and they've identified 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts, wanted for murder and burglary. He's charged with second-degree murder, robbery, conspiracy, and other related charges. He's ID'd as one of two men who were seen leaving the scene after a mother and son were shot inside their home. The son, identified as 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio, was found suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. They could not save his life. They rushed his mother, Bernadette Gaudio. She was conscious, but she was also shot multiple times. They rushed her to the hospital. She has undergone surgery at this point. She's still in critical condition, but this morning the word is that she is expected to survive. So she's in critical but stable condition after all of yesterday, a day of surgery to remove the bullets from her body.
Yeah, I've heard of the Wynwood section, but I've never actually been there. Is that a pretty well off area?
Yes. So if you think about Lower Merion Township, if you think of Lankenau Hospital,
yeah, okay,
past St. so it's right, I would say over the City Avenue.
Okay,
which is why we used to call it City Line.
Is it kind of in that little wooded? It's kind of like I don't want to call it a tree-lined neighborhood, but you start to enter those.
This is a beautiful mainline neighborhood, tree-lined streets, very quiet, and this sort of thing is not common there.
Right.
This is why the neighbors are just stunned. They're shocked. They say this is a lovely family who live there, and so it's just a real tragedy. Officers, part of this was that the mom, Bernadette, Mrs. Gaudio, she was able to call 911. And so, and this was saying she had just been shot. So she was able to get through on that 911 call. And this really, from what I'm seeing here and from what I'm learning, the quick response of these officers saved at least her life. They could not save her son's life.
Wow.
But while the officers responded, they see the white Hyundai Azera driven by the suspect Roberts. That's taking off, and they started tracking the vehicle.
I believe they were actually covering this yesterday, as you reported it, on television on the morning show on Fox. They were showing the images of
on network news.
Of the vehicle.
Yeah, so it's unusual because it's Pennsylvania registration, and there's one of those little blue, sort of the picture of the wheelchair, the handicap, and then it's 24963 PD. So it has that special plate,
right,
which is unusual. It's a white Hyundai Azera. So they're still looking for the suspect. They've identified him, and as far as Bernadette, they expect that she will pull through. Just a tragedy.
Good.
I don't know how much you want me to give because we're going to talk about this. So I'll headline these stories for you. Obviously, major international news as authorities are retracing now the steps of the suspect in the United Healthcare CEO shooting, arrested, as we've already alluded to. If you haven't heard this morning, they arrested this suspect after he was spotted at a McDonald's, yes, here in Pennsylvania, at an Altoona McDonald's.
Very ironic, by the way, that, as law and order has been restored in this country, and we have a law and order president again who happens to enjoy a Big Mac, that this scumbag was found at a McDonald's franchise.
Well, and I liked the fact that people were saying this McDonald's employee, what a hero, as well as a rookie cop.
Yeah.
Right, who responds.
Yeah.
So if you see something, say something.
Mm-hmm.
What if they had said, I'm going to mind my business?
Right. And all Luigi was trying to do was enjoy a McRib for a limited time only, and then kaboom, the grift is over. You're going away, pal.
So they if you haven't heard, if you're just waking up this morning, the authorities did file second-degree murder charges against 26-year-old Luigi Mangione in the death of New York City CEO Brian Thompson. It was his funeral yesterday, private funeral in Minnesota.
Second-degree murder?
I was just going to say that. Really?
It's second-degree, but
For premeditated execution?
He's going to be. I'm assuming that what they're doing, because he's facing all of these other charges, carrying a gun without a license, forgery,
a lot of aggravating
false
factors.
IDs. I think what they're trying to do is file some things so that to make sure, because he's his family's well off.
Oh, that he can't get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can't post anything for
Post
the
a bail
lesser
and- yeah.
charges.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to put something on that. This is just in my experience. I didn't talk to anybody about it, but
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's usually what they're trying to do in a case like this, where somebody could post bail or get a wealthy family member to get him out, that sort of thing.
By the way, his cousin is a Republican
delegate.
Yeah, from Maryland. or
Yeah,
something, right?
Maryland,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. So, and we're learning more about him, and I think the mystery and the motive, the why. So I know we'll get into it. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro leading that news conference last night and giving us some details, and we'll get more details today and talk about it. And then the other headline, of course, major story, major breaking news that happened yesterday with Daniel Penny, United States Marine, found not guilty of criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway car.
I have to say this. I wish that they would have caught this Luigi 3 days from now, just so we could all bask in the glory of our justice system after Daniel Penny.
That is a great point, because I feel like this kid has stolen
100%.
the headlines from Penny.
It's 100%.
Yeah,
great
point.
It's on every news. So
Great point.
the Penny thing just kind of gets buried.
Yep.
All anybody wants to talk about is this case, and it's a shame, because when it's bad news like that, then all of a sudden it's wall to wall coverage.
Yep.
But good news for the good guy winning one is going to get overshadowed by this.
A year and a
by
half
another
of his
scumbag.
life that he doesn't get back, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just glorify scumbags. That's what we do.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing I will say, first of all, I love to see that Daniel Penny and his attorneys went out for a drink, and all the media was there and his attorney talked. But I will say this, those BLM protesters, even an outburst in the courtroom, openly literally threatening him, calling him homie. I would say this, that story is, and all of those BLM folks who were trying to raise a ruckus and raise funds off of it, nobody's paying attention to them either.
Well, I'll give him a little attention in the big take here, and then I'm going to let him know that the grift is over.
Well, we can't wait for the great big take. Just real quick here, the FBI now involved in this investigation with these clusters of drones in the sky over the past several weeks, northern New Jersey, South Jersey, and across the suburbs in the Philadelphia region as well. The Mayfair section, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I had somebody send me video from a Pico substation out in the Lansdale, Montgomery County area.
I sent you one last night of one of our former radio colleagues within the company who lives out in Westchester. They're flying above his house.
It's very concerning.
Yeah.
And we're hearing from the authorities that they don't know what
How
this
do
is.
they not know what it is? Yeah. We have all this technology.
Right.
How does nobody know?
Even Governor Phil Murphy had an event at a library.
Unbelievable.
And they asked him, and he said he had no explanation.
No explanation. Yeah, we have no idea.
We have McDonald's employees that can ID a murder suspect, and our paid elected officials can't figure out what the hell's hovering above us.
By the more quiet they are, or the quieter they are, the more people are going to speculate.
Yes.
So just say what it is, so people don't have to say, "Well, what is it?"
Or else, in the meantime,
can we stop getting our news from
we'll
Twitter?
be getting everything from social media.
Thank you.
The FBI confirmed they are investigating, and State Senator Doug Steinhardt, I had him on yesterday. He's talking to local media all over the place now.
Yeah.
He's pushing for legislation transparency, full investigation, wants to know what's going on. He's a state senator in New Jersey. part of the issue is these are also in the area of Bedminster.
Yep.
Yes, and well, it's one of four things, unless I'm missing a potential possibility or category. It's either a UFO, it's either government related, it's either like an Amazon Walmart corporation drone, or it's a Mike Opelka just goofing around in his yard.
Yeah.
What else could it's one of those four, right?
It's got to be some government thing. It has to be.
Some of the law enforcement experts, as well as the state senator I talked to yesterday, they said that these are not your little hobby. I don't know how big Mike Opelka's is,
right?
But these are commercial grade drones, very large. Some of them the size of a small airplane.
How do we know it's not some, foreign national?
We don't. I mean,
seriously,
I'm serious, we don't. They're going around Pico. They're going around infrastructure areas, secure areas, military type.
I hate to tell people, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer at 6:16 in the morning, but the next terrorist attack that happens is not going to be Muslim extremists flying planes into buildings. It's going to be something like this.
Yeah,
so
advancements of technology, no doubt.
Let's get off our ass and let's discuss and let's find out what this stuff is before it. It's too late.
I wholeheartedly
I'm not saying that's what it is, but we should at least know.
Right.
So, and many people echoing across our entire region what Greg Stocker just said. They're getting upset about it. They're saying, "What is this?" And
I said it best, so thank you.
Greg said it best.
Thank you.
The brand manager. Boo boo. There you go.
We should get Opelka on at some point today if he's not doing a show around the country and just pick his brain on drones, because I honestly I know very little about them.
Yeah. He is doing a show, by the way. He has a new morning show.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he does?
Well, I didn't want to.
I get you.
I'm always the last to know.
You are.
Because I know very little about these things. I mean, I have no idea motives, what the size is. They always look super small to me. They look no bigger than a laptop anytime I've ever seen one flying around. So the fact that they could be the size of a small plane.
Yeah, these are large.
Is staggering.
They're the size of, they said, a small plane, a large SUV.
Wow.
These are not small little hobby things.
Okay.
So they're looking into it, and we'll continue to follow it. We want to get to Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. josephanthony.com. Today we're looking at 55 degrees, but again, that dense fog advisory. Be safe as you head in or stay home and watch us on YouTube and Kayal & Company News Live, Big Tape.
By the way, can I just say this? If you're buying the Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon gift cards, make sure you tell them where you heard it from, because I don't want to give other stations credit for this. Like, we move product, and I would just like people to realize that we move product.
Yeah.
So when you're buying these, and I know there was a few people in the YouTube chat that said that they had gotten these gift cards or gift certificates, make sure you tell them where you heard it from.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Thank you.
All right, there you go. 6:18 Tuesday morning, Big Take time.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by Turn 7 Justice and Common Sense. Penny prevails after being prosecuted by Alvin Bragg's office and publicly persecuted for being a hero and a good Samaritan. Justice prevailed for Daniel Penny in a Manhattan courtroom on Monday. This was a case rooted in common sense, not race. The jury decided that Daniel Penny did nothing that would rise to the level of guilt, and the politically and socially motivated DA's office under Alvin Bragg's watch came up empty. In the second high-profile case emanating out of New York City, the killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was identified and apprehended in Pennsylvania, and he has local ties to this listening area. It was a great day for heroes, whether that be the police officers and law enforcement who tracked down the killer of Brian Thompson, or for the jurors and the defense attorneys of Daniel Penny. And it is time for America to get back to allocating resources on the bad guys, not the good guys. It's time for the legal system to get it right. Because at the end of the day, none of the tabloid material matters. Nothing the grifters say should matter. None of the government employees should be waging social and political vendettas and wars on taxpayer dollars in the courts. And feelings do not matter. Facts do. But let's start with a deep dive on the Daniel Penny verdict. I told you, excuse me, I told you in Monday morning's Big Take that Daniel Penny was going home and that it would likely happen on Monday. But truth be told, I don't think the jury even needed the weekend to consider the lesser charge. The moment those 12 jurors were deadlocked on the manslaughter charge on Friday, that was ultimately dropped before they adjourned for the weekend, I felt like Penny would not be found guilty on the lesser homicide charge. But you never can be too sure when talking about a city like New York. And as I said in Monday's Big Take, as I played the clip of the female BLM leader shouting over the weekend, this was all being done to set the stage and plant the seed for cries of racial injustice and protests, riots, property damage and destruction, and perhaps violence. Following Daniel Penny's acquittal, you knew what was coming. Fake outrage, all in an effort to play the victim card, get out a bunch of anger and frustration, and try to make it seem like someone was wronged here. Cue up the protests. Here was the report on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Harris, that's right. Protesters are pretty upset. There's a large crowd of them out here next to me. You can hear them rattling the police barricades, saying no justice, no peace. And what they're yelling now follows a series of threats that they hurled earlier as the defense walked in with their client, Daniel Penny, telling the defense team that Daniel Penny can have no peace here in New York if he's found not guilty on this lesser charge, criminally negligent homicide. And from what I can hear right now, they're repeating those threats. They are very angry. Harris, I also want to mention there were a couple people here this morning to support Daniel Penny, but the anti-Penny crowd far outweighs them, and they seem pretty upset. We're seeing police officers come out here in droves to try to keep the two groups separated for now. But I'm looking at our notes from the courtroom, and it seems like this is the first time we've seen some real emotion from Daniel Penny. His attorneys told me this morning that this trial has understandably taken a toll on him. He's been spending time with family and friends to try to stay calm. And our courtroom reporter telling me for the first time she sees him visibly smile, now hearing that jurors have decided he is not guilty of criminally negligent homicide.
So, no justice, no peace. Well, let's talk about the system that you claim is so rigged, shall we? Jordan Neely's a good guy, right? No. Jordan Neely was arrested 42 times. Let me repeat that. Jordan Neely was arrested 42 times. Maybe if you're outraged, you should look the New York DAs in the eyes and say to their faces that if you did your job, Jordan Neely would be alive today because he'd either be in a prison or in a mental health treatment center since he was a known drug user and abuser with a history of schizophrenia and other mental illnesses. The city of New York failed that guy, not Daniel Penny, not the justice system. 42 arrests. Should not have been on the street, should not have been in a subway in front of the citizens of New York. So let that marinate over your tiny brains. Jordan Neely's father, apparently a guy that had no involvement in his son's life for many, many years, now all of a sudden looking for an opportunity to capitalize on the death of his homeless, deceased son, and he had this to say. Listen and watch.
I just want to say, I miss my son. My son didn't have to go through this. I didn't have to go through this either. It hurts. Really, really hurts. What are we going to do, people? What's going to happen to us now? I had enough of this. System is rigged.
I agree, Mr. Neely. The system is rigged. It was actually rigged in favor of Alvin Bragg's office in a progressive jurisdiction and jurors who are your peers. But you know what? Credit to them. They saw through this. And how about the father reemerging all of a sudden? That would be like the equivalent of not being involved in your kid's life. You then find out that he's in the NFL making $50 million a year, and you're all of a sudden showing up to make peace with your son. Give me a break. And why was Jordan Neely homeless if he had a father that now comes out as if his child was wronged? Why didn't you keep him off the subway, Dad? if he was a consistent threat to others. Remember, he was screaming that he was going to kill people, and he didn't care if he died, throwing his jacket around, creating a scene. Convenient how these things are left out of the media. BLM leader Hawk Newsom trying to act as if he's some sort of Gotham City Batman. He's now calling on vigilantes in the Big Apple. Listen and watch this.
Like everybody else has vigilantes, we need some black vigilantes.
That's right.
People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same when they attempt to oppress us?
Right.
I'm tired. I know you're looking for us to be like, oh, go and march. No. This weekend, I want you to hold a community event everywhere from the Bronx to Houston to Seattle to Florida. Black people, whole community event, and talk about what you need.
Sounds like a threat to me. And where's Mayor Eric Adams at, right? This is your city. Legal scholar Jonathan Turley offering up his legal insight and who is the most shocked by this outcome. Listen and watch this.
So I think that the most surprised person in that room may be Alvin Bragg, because you have a jury that apparently couldn't agree on the more serious offense, but then they came back and they said, but we do agree that he's not guilty of the lesser offense. So it's not exactly how this was supposed to play out in his view. And you keep in mind that this is a jury that received an Allen charge. And so that's where the court says, go back and try again. It's a favorite charge of prosecutors because jurors often do then produce a compromise verdict, a conviction for the prosecutor.
But not in this case because justice was served. And now we get to the second case and closure of another high-profile New York City tragedy as the killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has been detained. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania at a McDonald's on Monday. According to reports, get ready for this one, folks, he is self-described as anti-capitalist, Ivy League educated, and a climate change activist. Translation, he's got a mental illness and he hates America. Probably had a TikTok profile as well. Originally from Towson, Maryland, attended the University of Pennsylvania right here in Philadelphia, and was a class valedictorian in 2016. Upon his arrest, he had another gun on him with a suppressor, as well as 4 fake IDs and a manifesto, amongst other things. He has also liked writings that were published about the Unabomber. Remember him? Theodore Kaczynski. He also has a huge digital footprint with his disdain for the healthcare system. And I wonder, speaking of a climate change activist, what do you think the climate change conversations are like in the joint? Luigi will have plenty of time to talk about that behind closed bars. And as I said yesterday, I told you his days were numbered. And what did we learn yesterday? The last 4 years, I want people to think about this. We were told how awful police are, how bad the court system is, and we've had to sit through the demonization and demoralization of police and defunding of our heroes. Well, yesterday, in 2 high-profile cases, the good guys got back on track as justice and common sense, which wasn't so common during the Biden administration of the last 4 years, is about to be the norm once again. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It is brought to you by Turn 7. Store closing, Turn 7 liquidations. They must liquidate and vacate immediately. Now through Christmas, 7-foot lit trees, values to $500, just $20. Disney, Barbie, Crazy Toy, and gift blowouts, 3 for $5. But hurry, Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Turn 7 liquidations. 855-839-1210. If you would like to join the conversation on either of the cases from yesterday, also on social media, at 1210 WPHT. And also let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. And while you're there, hit the like and subscribe buttons. Back after this on a Tuesday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. You can all do it live. It's super cool. It's super easy. It makes watching the NBA so much more fun, especially when the Sixers aren't having the best season. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or if it all has already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever you want to. And now is the perfect time to get in the action. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. Have a ball betting with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
It was Christmas Day in Trenton. The ale was flowing free. The Hessians were having a party. They were as happy as they could be. On the other side of the river, the Patriots sat in the cold, ready to cross the Delaware in a move many thought too bold. They crossed the icy river and marched throughout the night to be in the town of Trenton in time for dawn's first light. Washington won that battle, a turning point, they say, with visions of freedom and liberty guiding him that day. Freedom is not for the timid. Liberty never comes free. The blood of our patriot fathers bought freedom for you and for me. Merry Christmas from Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Visit Bob's Little Sports Shop, 316 North Delsey Drive in Glassboro, New Jersey, during their Black Friday sale. While supplies last, enjoy red tag sales on selected firearms, specials on bulk ammo, Wyndham weaponry, and select discounts throughout the store on accessories. Bob's Little Sports Shop at 316 North Delsey Drive in Glassboro and online at bobslittle.sportshop.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Big news, Cherry Hill! The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than 1. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
6 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready Holiday Sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, W-I-N-N-E-R, Ford.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Mustard. Kayal Company.
It's the remix.
It really is.
Can anybody find me mustard?
It's usually in aisle 6 or in your local refrigerator.
Rest in peace, Freddie Mercury, my friend.
Yeah, indeed. Kayal Company. Oh, what a day. A little levity, a little humor, a couple of giggles and laughs along the way as we break down a very, very important day yesterday that transpired here in the United States on the Daniel Penny front, as well as the capturing and identification of a CEO and the murder that played out with local ties. We'll get to Luigi Mangione coming up in a couple of minutes, but just want to get some more thoughts in here on the Daniel Penny case from yesterday as that verdict came back of not guilty. And I think what's also important to note here is that there were, because, this isn't, once again, BLM and all these activists and these grifters and these opportunists seeking to make threats and now, try to, destroy another city. There were Black and Hispanic passengers on that subway holding Jordan Neely down. Okay, so this wasn't a bunch of white people that were afraid. There were people of all different ethnicities and races that were worried about their safety. There were also Black and Hispanic jurors on that jury that found Penny not guilty. This was not about race. And I also think at the end of the day, we need to remember that Daniel Penny, at 24 and a half years old, when that happened, when he entered that subway that day, Daniel Penny didn't board that subway with the intent to kill somebody, all right? New York City failed Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely's father failed Jordan Neely. And you had 42 arrests. How many people in this lifetime can truly say they've been arrested 42 times and are still free to go for a 43rd arrest, okay? So sometimes you F around and you find out. And look, I think we need more Daniel Pennies out there, especially in the fallout, Dawn, of the defund the police movement, where, by the way, there's not many law enforcement officials on these public transportation platforms. So it's fend for yourself in many cases, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the point, that those jurors are people who live in New York. They take the subway. They know what it's like to just see somebody come on and maybe they're, grumbling and you think, oh God, am I going to be next? Mm-hmm. And that feeling, especially for women, of feeling intimidated. So they know what that's like. I think it was the fact that on last Friday that they were having a problem with some of the wording of the judge's instructions. That's why judge's instructions matter so much, but that it was reckless, that he recklessly ... did these things. And so I think they had over the weekend to think about it, because people were saying, well, if they couldn't come to an agreement on the bigger charge, mm-hmm. why did they then come back with a not guilty on the lesser? I just think as they had a lot of discussion Friday, then the judge dismisses that. Mm-hmm. Now they come back Monday morning after a week of deliberations, just kind of push the reset button and think, no, this doesn't rise to the level of something that was reckless or purposeful or, a criminal negligence mm-hmm. like this. A criminally negligent homicide.
Yep.
it's not an involuntary type charge. You know what I mean? So I just think this jury was a common sense, real life, real world jury who's not living in a bubble like a lot of the media.
Right. And look, I think when you're in that situation, again, use the test that they use in a lot of these cases. It's called the reasonable person standard. Put yourself in Daniel Penny's shoes or any other subway rider and ask yourself the question, is it reasonable to assume that a reasonable person would react in the same manner that Daniel Penny did? And I think it is, because what are you supposed to do? I mean, you talked about it, Dawn. You're a female or a male or a family person or a group of people, and somebody gets on there and oh boy, here we go again. So basically the precedent that would have been set if they found Penny guilty would have been what? Keep your head down and keep scrolling on your phone?
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to it? Okay. What a life, what a way to live your life, especially if you take that transportation 5 days a week to work. I'm sorry. I think what Penny did was admirable. And if that suspect, if Neely would have just given up, or if we weren't in the post-defund the police movement where how long did it take for authorities to arrive, he also would have been alive. Because that if you're Penny, all of a sudden you look up and there's 3 cops staring at you saying, let him go, we'll take it from here. He releases the chokehold. He's alive today, and the cops are doing what they are trained and paid to do. But also keep in mind, Daniel Penny's a veteran. He's trained to handle situations like this, okay?
Bingo.
He can kill you with his bare hands. He don't need a firearm. Right?
And had just at that point, think about it, United States Marine, but it's not like, oh, he went into the private sector after his service 10 years ago, 15 years ago. He was fresh from, just leaving that post where you take an oath to protect and serve. And so that was his mindset. I will say two things. One thing I will say is that even though he has been found they found him not guilty, he's essentially been exonerated from these criminal charges. Keep in mind that Jordan Neely, who tragically, it's a tragedy that he died that day. Jordan Neely's family is suing Penny in a civil proceeding. So that proceeding will continue and presumably go through the courts for a year or two or whatnot. So we have that happening. I would just say this, that when I think about the fact that in New York City, they have more than 100,000 illegal, these non-citizens who've come there. They've received free hotels, they've received free food, free medical care, and the free housing in the form of hotels or other places. I can only imagine what if, because we know that Jordan Neely, who tragically died that day, it is a tragedy, even though, yes, was he threatening according to the witnesses and in at least, dozens of other incidents. But they had recorded and they were pleas for help for him to get the mental health and some physical medical issues that he had. And so if only New York City would have focused on spending some of their money and their dollars on this mentally ill young man, Jordan Neely. If only they would have given him the housing, the care. What are the the non-citizen folks who've come here? They're getting, $350, $500 a week just for the food?
Why don't we focus on Americans first?
Right. Imagine if Jordan Neely, so I wish his family would sue the city of New York and say, you know what, while America sends billions to Ukraine and while New York spends, hundreds of millions or whatever they're spending on illegal non-citizens, if only you had helped a very mentally ill person who was crying out for help, maybe this tragedy would not have happened.
I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I should have asked you off the air. Soccer, do we have time or we have to get out?
We have to break.
All right. Well, let's save Mangione for the next segment and then after the news as well, because this is the alleged killer of the United CEO, United Healthcare CEO, and we've got a lot of details about this guy's upbringing, his history on social media, and really what led and what caused something to snap in this guy's head to basically, plot and execute a murder in almost a flawless fashion, and then how he ended up in Altoona, Pennsylvania yesterday at a local McDonald's.
Yeah.
We'll get to that story as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There is no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season. And that's why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're partnering once again with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive. They do this every year. This is a wonderful, feel-good event. Just visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms through December 16th and donate a new unwrapped toy. Your support is going to make the holidays a little bit brighter for a local child. Just find the dealership nearest you online, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, piazzapremiumautos.com. Thank you. Happy holidays. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would be excited.
You're missing out on the important moments of your life because you just can't hear them. It's time to try the Jabra Enhanced Select 500, our smallest, most advanced hearing aid. With proprietary speech clarity technology, even the most complex listening situations like a noisy restaurant are crisp and clear. And you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Get Jabra Enhanced over-the-counter hearing aids and stop missing the important moments. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhanced.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhanced.com/radio. JabraEnhanced.com/radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
When you were young and your heart was an open book, you used to say, live and let live. But if this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you give in a cry, say live and let die.
6:50 as we continue here on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. Try tracking, paying attention to the music that is being played now.
Yep.
It'll probably tie into what Phil Almquist will have around 9:50 for you.
This is from the album Wings Across America. Wings Over America, excuse me. Wings Over America.
Not Drones Over America.
No,
Right.
no.
What a day. All right, so let's get to the other big story. Luigi Mangione, 26. He is the alleged and now apprehended and identified killer of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, who was nabbed yesterday at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. A lot of different sources out there with great information, including The Sun. And The Sun reports that Mangione, 26, was a well-educated, popular kid at a all-boys high school. That's the first mistake the parents made. $40,000 a year, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's a lot for a college, much less for an all-boys high school. And they also say that this was the
Right, Dawn? Sorry.
Wow, Dawn, your boys are at an all-boys.
LaSalle College High School.
That's all boys?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I don't think Dawn's boys are going to kill any healthcare CEOs. But I did not know that. So you learn something new every day. All right. So this kid was raised in the Towson, Maryland area. He was a valedictorian of his high school graduating class in 2016 from the Gilman School in Baltimore. $40,000 a year. He had, quote, a big circle of friends. He was, quote, super popular. And one of the former classmates said, we went to the same school, but didn't really have the same friends. I'm really shocked by this whole thing, the former student said, who asked not to be identified, as he told The Sun. I think he played soccer at this all-boys school, so being a good athlete got you social currency for sure. Also, apparently it was a, quote, fantastic education, and for, quote, all of the money it ought to have been, honestly.
Well, I mean, this gentleman was obviously an anti-capitalist, right?
Anti-capitalist and a climate nut.
So you wonder what all that Ivy League education and all that money that his parents spent on high school and where did he graduate from? UPenn?
University of Pennsylvania,
right here.
2020.
UPenn in the news a lot lately, just saying, for a lot of not desirable things.
Uh-huh.
His family issued a statement last night saying they're devastated by the news, saying, unfortunately, we cannot comment on news reports regarding Luigi, but we only know what we've read in the media. The family continued. Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved.
Bachelor of Science in 2020 in Engineering, Computer, and Information Science. That according to his LinkedIn profile. So this was a super, super smart kid, athletic. You've seen pictures, great shape, looked like he had the world by the you-know-what. something goes kapooey. And again, you know what, Slacker, I'm glad you're bringing it up because it's so easy to do. I kind of said it tongue-in-cheek in the big take.
Yeah.
But you have all these Ivy League little snot-nosed punks with all this ideology shoved down their throat, hate America, capitalism is evil, focus on climate. And what happens? You become an anti-Semite, you're chanting for Gaza, and next thing you know, you hate the healthcare system so much, as many of us do. The difference is most of us don't track down CEOs and then execute them as dawn comes on a Tuesday morning as a guy walks out of a hotel in Manhattan. And you look at this guy's background with engineering and computers and information science, and we're saying, well, how did he try? Yeah, now you know why. Smart guy figured out not only where the CEO would be, but probably hacked into, and this is just a guess on my part, I have no evidence to back this up, might have hacked into this guy's computer system, knew his schedule. I mean, he was basically out there waiting, right?
The schedule was public.
But you don't know publicly when he's going to walk out of the hotel door.
Well,
right?
you could probably figure that guy.
He was waiting and lurking, right?
But it sounds like he was there, so he probably observed him the day before checking into his hotel.
Might have
but
been.
It's all public information.
It's just
as to
brutal.
when everything begins. And the CEO normally does have security when he's in Minnesota, but probably, I don't know, felt like he could be anonymous in Manhattan.
And now the fallout that I'm reading online yesterday on, I think it was CBSNews.com, these healthcare CEOs and the companies they work for are now scrubbing their website information because they don't want a copycat situation where some other deranged nutbag is tracking down the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield and killing them in broad daylight. This is just an awful story.
Thompson on the YouTube chat says the first mistake was naming him Luigi.
Well, maybe that goes back to the family, the grandfather, who's, by the way, named Nicholas. The great-grandfather, Nicholas Mangione, was a first-generation American who built a real estate empire in Maryland. He owned the Turf Valley Resort and Hayfields Country Club, another place I could never afford.
Construction family.
Yeah.
They own a big construction company.
And WCBMAM.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is that a talk station?
680.
Do we know what the format is?
Did you listen to the first 2 minutes of the show this morning when I said that?
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was like a KYW or if it was like
it's a talk station.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, odds are.
Remember, you asked if there was Kayal, if they carried Kayal and Company.
No, I said they carried Kayal and Company. Okay. I didn't ask if they did. They should.
But
they
we
should
still
scale
don't
back their payroll.
I mean, we're getting some information about this man. I guess he had written a manifesto, so he has, so that has led them to look at the motivation here.
Yep.
But why this particular CEO?
Right.
That's the bizarre. We still don't know the why. There are many healthcare companies, and I don't know. They're saying that this was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
Oh yeah.
But they're not giving us all of the motivation as to why personally Brian Thompson.
I have the quotes from his manifesto. Two excerpts. These parasites had it coming, and I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. No, it didn't have to be done.
So I saw something on the news that he had uploaded, or that he had scheduled things to be uploaded to his YouTube channel that said something to the effect of, if you're seeing this, I've been caught, or something like that.
Yeah, this guy definitely, I actually think he wanted to be caught. I think he wanted to be famous. And my rule of thumb, usually after the initial wave of reacting and opining to the crime and the capture or the case or the court verdict or whatever it might be, never give this guy an ounce of oxygen again. Do not talk about Luigi Mangione.
If
he wants to be a martyr.
If he's found guilty.
If found guilty, do not give this guy any credence. And I know a lot of people are anti-healthcare system, but Brian Thompson did not deserve to die.
That's ridiculous.
And think about the wife
victim.
and the kids.
It's
two
ridiculous.
sons.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that we are even. Yes, our healthcare system has a lot of flaws in it, and there's stuff that makes you seething mad. But this extreme is just despicable. It's deplorable. Oh, did I say that? And it's just it didn't need to happen like this. And if you want change, then we need to, as citizens, demand change, vote for change. But this is not the way to do it. And this guy was obviously There's a lot of telltales here. Like he was part of the anxious generation, and we have an interview coming up. Aaron Burnett did an interview with one of his former roommates, and he said he suffered from back pain, and he read all these books on the anxious generation. It's just another one of the Gen Z that is just so like, oh, the world, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do, oh, TikTok, oh, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's too much for me to process. Yeah. Okay. All right, 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. We'll get to some news. And then a former New York Times and Washington Post reporter who's taken joy in the execution of the CEO is now apparently out of work, apparently too extreme even for a progressive media outlet. We'll get to that as we continue in hour 2. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Don't go through another winter spending your hard-earned money on high heating costs or wrapped in the blankets on a couch as cold air comes rushing through your old drafty windows and doors. Upgrade your home with professionally installed energy-efficient windows and doors from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is celebrating the holidays with their big end-of-year sales event. Get 40% off each window you buy. Yep, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the birds. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances. Gerhardt's Appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard earns cash back with every purchase. From now through the holidays, get 4% cash back on essentials like grocery shopping, gas stations, pharmacies, and home improvement stores to help with your holiday gatherings. And when it's time for holiday gift shopping, earn 2% cash back on every purchase, including big box retailers, online shopping, and small businesses. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I ain't seen nothing yet.
7:05, hour number 2. It's Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Turn 7. Because it just turned 7 about 5 minutes ago. Store closing. Turn 7 liquidations. Must liquidate and vacate immediately now through Christmas. All apparel, footwear, Adidas, Fila, New Balance, personal favorite of my own, and thousands of name brand items. An extra 50% off. This is it, but hurry. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills. Turn 7 liquidations. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Dawn's news in a moment. Also, don't forget, a week from this Friday will be the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, all courtesy of Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It'll be Friday, December 20th from 4 to 9 p.m. in Old City, right down there on 2nd Street. We will be there again this year, and you can be there as well. $20 donation will get you in there for great food, some drink specials, lots of great stories, and Stalker picking up everybody's tab.
That's not true. That's not true. But you can get it. Donate now. GregStalkerSucks.com. GregStalkerSucks.com. Go there. And all the info is right there. It directs you right to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All the money goes directly to that great cause. And we'll be there celebrating, not celebrating, but you know the word I'm looking for.
Memorializing?
Commemorating a great people, a great cause, and just helping a great charity. By the way, I want to say this. Can I say this real fast? 91
Sure.
LSXer said what I really wanted to say, too.
He's kind of like your YouTube spirit animal.
He really is. He says, isn't it interesting that we all have more info on Luigi already than Thomas Crooks?
You know, I've seen people saying that. Yes, and I agree, and I've been on record saying I think inside job. I just don't know that is necessarily the case, because I feel like from what we gather with this Luigi kid, very outgoing, very social, very willing to put himself out there, had a LinkedIn, you knew his. But with this Crooks guy, there are people, I know this is hard to believe, that live their life off the radar. Right?
Sure, absolutely.
So
I know.
I think
but not a ton in Gen Z. You know what I mean? And they were both part of the same generation.
Correct.
So, yes, if it was somebody from my generation or Dawn's generation or even your generation, Nick, you could see that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Not a ton of Gen Zers live a life that doesn't have, as Road Warrior says, with a digital footprint.
True. I also think the family upbringings are exponentially different here.
Agreed.
One kid's super wealthy, access, privilege. From what I gather with the Crooks family, probably lower class. This kid was just kind of one of these guys that's the scary part of this is, well, they're both scary because one guy has the world by the cojones and then goes nuts. And then the other guy is one of these quiet guys, and those are the type that you typically fear, and you might make like a tongue-in-cheek comment saying, boy, I could see him shooting up a school one day. And then, oh, by the way, they actually do it, right?
Yeah.
So
I just think the truth is that what this focuses on in most of the stories that we've been talking about this morning, the big stories, is the mental health crisis in America.
Yep.
And what it shows me is that in truth, especially with younger people or young men, but just, all of these cases, the one thing that we can look at involve all of these young men about this age.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a mental health crisis in America right now. Nobody's talking about it. And so whether you want to talk about Jordan Neely, who we talked about, whether you want to talk about Daniel Penny, who I don't think has a mental health issue, but he was forced to make a decision to protect people from somebody who was threatening them, who has a mental health condition
and
that's
could
fully
develop,
diagnosed.
And let's also, with what Penny's had to deal with for 18 months, he could have developed some mental health issues, right?
I hope to God not.
Right? I mean, that's a trauma. This is a year and a half of his life that he will not get back. And as you said, he's not out of the woods. Civil case. And oh, by the way, there's going to be no peace for Daniel Penny if he decides to remain in New York.
Threatened.
Where does the guy live the rest of his life at? Has he got to relocate to Florida? I mean, he's going to be under the microscope all the time, especially in random settings in broad daylight where somebody's like, oh, that's Daniel Penny. I got some words for Daniel Penny. Okay, here we go.
So, I think Daniel Crooks, not that that's an excuse ever, of course.
Thomas Crooks.
Nothing's an excuse, but I'm simply saying we need to look at this and look at the mental health aspect of it. People need to know warning signs because, imagine if you knew that about somebody and you could help them. And it doesn't seem to matter. I mean, with Thomas Crooks, he lived at home with his family. I know they're social workers, but it's not like he was a homeless person.
Right.
He had support. He had a community. And then with Mangione, here's somebody of means, great education, every opportunity. So what it shows me, this mental health crisis, and I don't know much about. Look, I'm not well educated on these mental health issues. I'll be honest.
It's not discriminatory.
Exactly. It can strike.
Sure.
I will say I do wonder as well if there's an addiction issue of some sort, because they were saying that for the suspect, Luigi Mangione, that he had this online posted X-rays that show that he had 4 screws in his spine after an injury. So I don't know if that is, did he have some kind of a condition or nerve compression? Was he on some kind of meds?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Again, none of this is any kind of an excuse.
Of course.
But we all want to know why and how this happens.
Right. Not we all, but a lot of people have had, medical diagnoses where, insurance doesn't cover something and it's ridiculous and you can hate the system, but,
I want to know, too, if he was on any sort of anti-anxiety medication.
That's another one.
Too. Yep. Because there's been all these reports that said he was an anxious individual, and he may have liked or retweeted stuff about the quote unquote anxious generation, and I don't know. Like, there's just a lot of warning signs here that I think that Dawn's point is spot on. Is that it's the mental health issue that we have to really focus on, and it's not. We just won't talk about it. I'm sure it's going to be at some point. MSNBC is going to go wall to wall on the fact that this may allegedly have been a 3D gun, that he printed. It's going to be a gun issue. It's going to be, our healthcare system. Let's have a discussion about our healthcare system. Nothing about the root of the issue that this gentleman was clearly disturbed, allegedly. And we're never going to get to the bottom of that because we only ever focus on surface level things.
Of course. Well said.
Yeah, and the thing about the meds that you bring up, when I said he's on some kind of drugs, like with the back, I'm not necessarily talking about something illegal. To Greg's point, I'm talking about medication, because we know if somebody's on all different kinds of medications, that they can interact, but as well, if you're on some kind of a medication for mental health and then you go off of it, that's a real problem.
That's right. All right, 7:13 in typical fashion. We're late, but, fashionably late, I like to say. Let's get to the news. Round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning, this Tuesday morning, December the 10th, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So we have 2 overnight stories that I want to give you quick off the top. There's an investigation underway after a worker was struck and killed by a digging bucket that was excavating sugar from a ship in Bucks County. This happened overnight. And so it happened at the Kinder Morgan Fairless Hills Terminal, 1000 Southport Road. This is Morrisville. Investigators say A 26-year-old Bristol Borough resident who worked for Kinder Morgan, which is an energy infrastructure company, was struck and killed by this digging bucket that was excavating that sugar from the hull of a docked ship. And so police not yet releasing the worker's identity pending family notification, all of that. But Kinder Morgan had released a statement confirming this fatality and that their thoughts are with the employee's family and their employees following this event. They said it's all under investigation. No ongoing impacts, however, to their operations. So I guess operations continue with their work day. And then we have a suspect in custody. Then we have, we have a search for a suspect, and it looks like they may just have gotten somebody into custody accused of vandalizing and damaging several gas pumps at a Wawa store in Philadelphia's Mayfair neighborhood. So this one happened overnight as well. The vandals smashing and then setting fire to the gas lines. Crews were able to get the fire under control very quickly. Suspect, they say, taken into custody nearby. Wawa had to be temporarily closed, but I believe that if they're not open already, they'll reopen shortly. But
Great. Just what we need is another Wawa to want to have to close up in the city. What possesses you to vandalize a gas pump? I mean, like, we're talking about like explosive stuff here, right? Like, I don't know. If you're going to vandalize something, I'd pick something other than a gas pump.
Good advice for the vandals.
What a moron.
Nick Kayal. Yeah, speaking of mental health, right? And then we have this manhunt right now for a suspect considered armed and dangerous following murder on the main line of Philadelphia. Officials now issuing this arrest warrant of a man that is accused in a deadly home invasion that took place in the Wynwood section of Lower Merion Township early on Sunday. 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts is identified, and they've released a picture of him, wanted for murder and burglary. He's ID'd as one of two men seen leaving the scene after a mother and son were shot multiple times inside their home during a burglary. The son identified as 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio. Andrew did not survive that shooting, but his mom, 61-year-old Bernadette Gaudio, she was also shot multiple times. They rushed her to the hospital. She underwent surgery. She's in critical condition this morning, but miraculously, she is expected to pull through. So many prayers in the community. This is a quiet, tree-lined community. They've never had anything like this happen there, and so many of the neighbors expressing shock. So the mother, Bernadette, we've learned from police, she was able to call 911 even after she was shot. So officers arriving very quickly, again, Lower Merion, arriving very quickly. They see a white Hyundai Azera driving away, speeding away. I believe that they had cameras either on their it sounds like on their police vehicles. So the images of the man behind the wheel speeding off, as well as the white Hyundai Azera, they got quite clear images of all of that. The vehicle, Pennsylvania registration, 24963, with that wheelchair handicap symbol on that license plate.
Mm-hmm.
So they say that this guy Roberts, last known address in West Philadelphia, there were multiple different warrants already out for his arrest for stolen property and also burglary in Philadelphia and Montgomery County.
Yeah, I mentioned in the first hour of this story that Fox was talking about it yesterday in the morning. Now I just saw a tweet. CNN is covering the story on social media as well. So this is definitely being picked up by the big networks.
Yeah, so I don't know I don't know that U.S. Marshals are involved yet, but generally speaking, when we have something like this, they get involved or they're called in. Lower Merion Police, they're patrolling the neighborhood there. Residents terrified after this happened. DA's office, Montgomery County DA, this is Kevin Steele, $5,000 reward for any information on this defendant who's been named or the other guy who was an accomplice apparently. Please call Lower Merion PD or Montgomery County Detectives, 610-278-3386. If you have any information they want to get, they say, please, if you know where this person is, if you think you see this person, do not approach him. Call 911 and back off. He's considered armed and extremely dangerous.
Once this guy is apprehended, you mentioned Kevin Steele, who we've had in the studio
Yeah.
before for the bike ride. Yeah, he's a good prosecutor. This guy's toast. I mean, once he gets in front of, and I'm assuming Kevin Steele will probably prosecute the case himself as the lead DA. But yeah, he's cooked.
It's a horrible, horrible story. And then, of course, we've been updating you on this story as now authorities are retracing the steps of the accused killer, the suspect in the murder of United Healthcare CEO, who was arrested yesterday, if you haven't heard, after being spotted at a McDonald's here in Pennsylvania, at an Altoona McDonald's. So the McDonald's employee getting high praise for noticing this, calling in police, and they were quickly able to ID the now charged with second-degree murder suspect, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, who is charged in the shooting death of the New York City, the CEO Brian Thompson, whose private funeral was yesterday with his wife, 2 sons, and family, friends, co-workers, private ceremony that happened in Minnesota, in his home of Minnesota.
I think the reward was $10,000, if I remember correctly. So I'm assuming that goes to the McDonald's employee, right? That gave the information that led to his arrest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were to scoop up a $10,000 reward as a McDonald's employee, you quitting?
10 grand? That's all?
Well,
I believe it was at least.
Yeah,
seems a little.
There might have
little
been
small. No,
Crime Stoppers. Those rewards. Are all through fundraisers, by the way. So it's not like they have this big stash of money, where they allocate based on the notoriety of the crime.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was 10 grand.
So he's facing multiple charges. The story today now is the extradition. He's obviously being held here in Pennsylvania, but in Blair County, but he'll be extradited then to New York, and they're working on that right now. They confirmed, and we've talked about his background. He holds two engineering degrees, graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, high-profile family, branches of the family that own the Turf Valley and Hayfields Country Clubs, Ellicott City, WCBM Radio, among these other businesses. So all of this coming out, the family releasing a statement, just talking about the fact that they are devastated.
So basically, the family just lived off the sweat and hard work of the grandfather. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think you can arrive at that conclusion.
Because all we hear about is all the entrepreneurial things that the grandfather did. Nothing about the parents or what this punk did.
Yeah.
Alleged punk.
You know what? Sometimes you're just born into it. I can't hate it. Yeah, so it's the luck of the draw.
I can.
I was born into $40,000 a year salaried parents.
I guess I'm looking for other quotes from the manifesto. Is this the document said in part to the feds? I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I was not working with anyone. That's one quote from the manifesto.
Mugshot shows his pants being very wet, by the way. Looks like he peed himself.
What, really?
Yeah. Look at the mugshot on social media. You see these 2 big wet spots on the inside of both of his thighs. Looks like he urinated himself.
They said that when the officers approached him, that he started shaking, but he fully complied with police.
I think he wanted to get caught.
Yeah, I mean, you don't do the manifesto if you don't think that you're going to get caught, right?
Yeah. Usually you kill yourself if you don't want to get caught, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think this guy was, setting the stage for, his big, celebrity status that the media will run with. This is going to end up like a book. This will end up like a Netflix documentary.
Well, I'm wondering. Don't remember this. Remember the Boston Marathon bomber and how he was young and cute, and
they find him in a boat.
And Rolling Stone. Do you remember put a put his picture on the cover of Rolling Stone, looking like a teen idol.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if Rolling Stone would do something like that with this individual as a way to talk about the United States healthcare system, to look at the bigger picture, because he's young and handsome.
Yeah, he's got a unibrow, by the way, as well.
Does.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah, you need to shave that.
My man, there's got to be a little separation there.
By the way, speaking of that, he also liked postings by the Unabomber, too.
I know.
So.
Yeah.
Kaczynski.
Yeah.
Yep. Old Teddy.
Lord. So much happening today. In as far as our forecast goes, just a heads up, we're still under this heavy fog, dense fog advisory. So visibility is, I was just looking at the visibility, it's gotten worse. Less than a quarter of a mile visibility. So dense fog advisory this morning, and that's through 9 a.m. So be safe as you're making your way in. So 44 degrees, cloudy. Today the high will reach 58 degrees today, and tomorrow 63 with we'll have rain today, more rain tomorrow, but still unseasonably warm weather today, tomorrow, and then another front moves in, and Thursday we're in for a blustery 38 windy degree day for your Thursday. Friday 37, and then we pop back up. This is such weird weather for the weekend. Saturday 44, sunny. Sunday we pop up to 50. We're into the 50s next week, by the way. 50, 55 degrees. So I'm hopeful that 55 degrees stays through next Friday, so that when we're out at our great Families Behind the Badge event out on 2nd Street in Old City, that'll be 50. Because last year it was pretty nice out.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
It was like low 50s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fine.
So that would be nice.
Of course, I had beer in me, so I was warm no matter what.
Well, you can always warm up with Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secrets of finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. As Greg Stocker said, make sure that if you call to get the gift card or you go in and visit them, please tell them that Greg, Nick, and Dawn sent you. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, Kill & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. We'll come back and get to what one now canceled journalist had to say about the feelings that she was experiencing over the murder of a CEO, and we'll do that on the other side. Plus your calls, 855-839-1210. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, and what an offer I have for you. 7-day free trials are nice, but you know what's even better than that? 30-day free trials, and that's what DuckDuckGo is offering our listeners right now by going to duckduckgo.com/1210. And it's the same program, it's the same concept. It's the Privacy Pro package from DuckDuckGo, a 3-in-1 subscription service, but it's the personal information removal that I find to be the biggest bang for your buck, the biggest value, because it is very serious. It's dangerous to have all of your personal information just sitting out there on the internet. And now it is removed. When I personally signed up for DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro, I found personal information of mine 52 different times, and 17 of those were removed within the first 48 hours. And it can help you remove your records too. So check them out today for a free 30-day trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. You're still going to get the VPN. You're still going to get identity theft restoration. That's 3 great features for the price of one. And the price for that first 30 days, free. After that, $9.99 a month. Check it out today, duckduckgo.com/1210.
You may have heard I've fallen in love again with Italia. Yeah, now I know why Italy is the most revisited country in the entire world. I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. And yes, Lorenzo and Romina, they're back with us once again. Conservative Tours crafting an itinerary that's sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you'll write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com, but don't wait. This is almost sold out. luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, a tour leader who is absolutely the very best. That is Conservative Tours in Italy, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Modena, Lake Como, Vernazza. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Portofino. ConservativeTours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf & Co. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Do they know? Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.34, Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning. The cut sheet coming up in just about 15 minutes as we continue on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Get to a call here, and then we're going to get to this Taylor Lorenz story before we get to the cut sheet. If you're not on YouTube yet, get on over, because some of the audio and video with this Taylor Lorenz story, which we will fill you in on in a moment, has some visuals to go along with it. But I do want to grab Lenny. He's in Pittman. He's got some thoughts on the Jordan Neely situation from yesterday and Daniel Penny. Lenny, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I always get amazed when the family comes on national TV and is trashing white people and Daniel Penny. My question was, where was their help for their family member who had 24 arrests, had ketamine in him, obviously had drug and mental problems, and he goes on the subway and threatens people? Where was his family then? They didn't mind coming out and trashing Penny and white people and go have a blank Christmas, all you people, and BML comes out. Where was all his family for his help then?
Yeah, no, it's what I said in the big take, and at 6:30 this morning, Lenny, you're right. It's amazing, and it was not 24 arrests; it was 42 arrests. And this was the father. You know, I played you the father in the big take this morning. According to reports, the father was not a factor in Jordan Neely. I'm always getting it's Neely, Penny. Now I got a Jordan Lenny
Neely,
on the.
Yeah.
Jordan Neely, not a factor in his life for countless years.
Shocking.
And then he's out there saying, "Oh, we got to do something."
It's completely disgraceful. As soon as I heard that, I was just like, "You got to be kidding! Like, where were you for this guy's life?
Yes.
Like, this guy, it was so preventable. It was so preventable what could have happened, and his family, from all reports that I've seen, just kind of shut him out and was just like, not our problem now. And now all of a sudden is crying and like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. It was inevitable that this was going to happen.
Right. And you know, we talk about this, and you said earlier, and I thought you nailed it when you said, we always want to talk about the entry-level surface stuff but never get to the root cause. Yeah, it's a lot like Kamala Harris. She never figured out the root cause of the border either. But you're right. The root cause is mental health. And why do they not have these individuals that are clearly suffering from mental issues taken care of? Why? Because it's not profitable. And why do I say it's not profitable? Because a lot of people that are homeless, obviously, if they can't afford shelter, they probably can't afford the expense that goes along with getting the mental help that they need, right? Whether it's insurance, which obviously would cover prescriptions and medicines for your mental health, or counseling or therapy. And there's only so much money, quote, in the public system with social workers and whatever services are offered, quote, pro bono to these people. And by the way, those people are getting paid off of our tax dollars.
Yep.
If solving the mental health crisis was as profitable as war in the military-industrial complex, it would have been fixed years ago.
Amen.
Right?
I know we've reported this before, but we should say, just a reminder, that Jordan Neely suffered a tragic childhood growing up, that he had testified at a trial after his mother was murdered, that his mother's boyfriend murdered her and stuffed her into a suitcase to dispose of the body.
Oh, my God.
It's the second suitcase we've had on the show recently.
And so he, witnesses that, he suffers abuse. Mom is murdered. He has to testify against the accused killer. Her boyfriend doesn't have a father in his life at that younger age.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy's life is is tragic and horrible.
Yeah.
But everybody in his life, except maybe his poor mom who was murdered, but everybody else just seems like they let him down, including, like I said earlier, all of those millions of dollars that they spend in New York City on, future voters, I guess.
Right.
More than, 120 plus thousand non-citizens coming to New York City and burdening their system, and he got nothing.
Right. And the other thing that's frustrating about this as well, from the standpoint of people that are outraged, BLM and things like that. So, again, and within those 42 arrests, this is a man who has committed assaults already on public transportation. So if you have a track record and a history and a rap sheet of committing assault, okay, and then you say on the subway, I'm going to kill people and I don't care if I die. Would a logical person, and again, who knows on that subway how many people knew of Jordan Neely because he was a regular on there, how many didn't? But whether or not you did or did not, if I told you somebody has a history of committing assaults and then says they're going to kill you, would you arrive at the conclusion that it's a distinct possibility that he could follow through with his threats? I would.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's an escalation. It starts with something petty, and then you work your way up, you commit an assault, and then what's the ultimate physical act that you could do to another person? Killing them. So Jordan, Daniel Penny did what he felt was, reasonable to do given the situation. And if he doesn't step in, let's ask the question today. Is somebody killed? Is somebody dead today because of Jordan Neely without the intervention of Daniel Penny? It's just amazing.
Anybody who's ridden the subway, and I don't know, Nick, if you said it or Dawn said it, one of you said it, but it's a good point. Anybody who's ridden the subway, or even SEPTA here, it's
Jimmy Kelly.
They know they know firsthand what it is. What it's like to be harassed and just be scared, like just on subway, and like there's mental patients there, and there's
people peeing,
there's bums urinating, and it's a disgraceful atmosphere, and people don't want to take it because it's some of them have to, they have no choice, but they see firsthand these cretins that do these things with no repercussions.
That's right.
And I think they felt for the guy. You know what I mean? They're like, yes, he did what we all wanted to do but couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I really think that it is a it's a good turning point, I believe, in our country that that this outcome happened. And I have to think that we say it all the time, it reflects the mood of the country. I think it's reflecting the mood of the country.
Jimmy Kelly says you never see security on these platforms. He takes a big risk coming in here every morning. And that's, look, whether it's Philadelphia, whether it's New York, any of these big cities, from the violence to the drugs to the mentally ill to those that are self-defecate. I mean, it's just, I can't imagine what it would be like. And I'm lucky I don't have to deal with that. But like, my God, you're sitting there and you're just trying to get to work.
Yep.
And every day's an adventure.
Yep. And New York is not like Philadelphia. Like, there's a lot of people that literally the subway is their only form of transportation because you can't, you know what I mean? So you have to take it to get to school, work, whatever. And you're just harassed. We see videos of guys, mental patients, self-gratifying themselves on the subway. I mean, there's disturbed humans on there that you have to sit next to because what else are you gonna do?
Yep, I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on either of the big stories, the big cases that we are talking about today. Let's get to the Taylor Lorenz story, and then we're going to get to the official cut sheet on the other side. So Taylor Lorenz, if you recall, former New York Times reporter, Washington Post reporter, she was the one that was lecturing and scolding all of you right around Thanksgiving, saying that she still masks up, she still requires contact tracing and testing to show up to any of her events, And for all of you that aren't wearing a mask in 2025, you're just out there raw dogging in the air. This woman is just so detestable. But I'm going to give somewhat of a kind of on the fence take that might be, a lot of you that are going to disagree with in a moment. But now, in the light of what happened to Brian Thompson, she was basically celebrating. We gave you that story. This is the culmination of, basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, he had it coming, yada, yada, yada. Then she doubles down. Then she's on with Piers Morgan saying that she, kind of took joy in this. But I want to play clip K11. This is the double down to her initial posts on social media where she was tweeting things like, in all capital letters, CEO down, healthcare executive down, calling it natural for people who have watched a loved one to die because of an insurance conglomerate, taking joy in seeing this. And I guess she was asked about this, and she has decided to double down yet again. This is clip K11, Taylor Lorenz.
Speaking to the sentiment, people do want these executives dead. If you have
but you
watched,
said we want them dead, and I guess that's...
I mean, look, I'm going to say I'm with the people in the sense that if you have watched a loved one die because insurance has denied them life-saving essential health care, it is natural to wish that the people who run those systems would suffer the same fate as your loved one. And millions of people across America have had this experience. So yes, am I, when I say, do I wish someone dead, is that advocating for them to be killed? No, of course not. But am I going to shed tears or have a lot of empathy for somebody that has facilitated the deaths of thousands of innocent Americans through intentionally denying them coverage? I am not going to, weep over it. I do think that loss of life is a tragedy. I'm very against death generally, as a principle. But I think, again, why do we mourn certain deaths
she's a dummy.
and condone other deaths of innocent, vulnerable people?
She's a dummy.
So there you go. That was courtesy of TMZ and TMZ Live.
She used to be, just so people, because people may not be familiar, she used to be a Washington Post reporter, right?
Yes, Washington Post, New York Times, another person that's always talking about feelings and, rude commentary, yet seems to be the biggest hypocrite because, she's not shedding a tear over somebody's death. I think there's a 4-letter T word that Dawn once used on this show. It's probably a good way to characterize her. But I'm going to give an unpopular
I was just saying
opinion.
a past tense
Yes.
of Twitter.
Twitter.
That's all that was.
That's correct.
Tweet and
Switch out a few letters. There you go.
I think that I think that there's a better way to say what she just said.
Yeah.
Is because I think that this tragedy in the headlines does highlight an underlying feeling that these monopolistic, huge corporations that run our healthcare, our private healthcare insurance that we pay all this money into, and have a lot of loopholes thanks to lobbyists and lawmakers, that it sure feels like sometimes they prey upon us.
Yeah.
And that causes upset and rage. And does this tragedy in the headlines, does it make us all have the conversation? Yes, but I think there's a better way for her to separate out the fact that of a 50-year-old father, husband with 2 sons, who I was looking up the sons' ages. I think that they're maybe college age, of the victim of
Probably.
Thompson. The young two sons losing their dad.
Yep.
The victim's sister. I mean, she's just sloppy and apathetic when she makes those statements, and she could have said something that mattered, and it's unfortunate that she said that.
According to media, Vox Media, which is a progressive media outlet, is no longer going to be distributing Taylor Lorenz. I guess she had a podcast and a YouTube show, and Vox Media has decided to end the deal to distribute her content. Not sure specifically how much this has to do with those comments, but I said I'm going to give a bit of not a controversial view, but something the audience might disagree with. I try to be consistent. I don't know if this is cancel culture or consequence culture, but I am one of these believers that you cannot be a free speech advocate and then demand that somebody get shut down because you disagree with their words. I think she's a detestable female, That being said, I don't know that those words, if she was let go because of that, right now, and I know there's a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture. And I say things that maybe some people view as controversial. I don't think I've ever said anything remotely controversial. I think everything I say is common sense. But I don't want people gunning for my livelihood. So I don't believe in shutting somebody down, even though they may say something that I vehemently disagree with. So I'm not sure if you guys agree with that, if she was canceled.
I think this is a litigious society, and I think the fear is just there. It was so easy with just her tweaking a few words. She's somebody who's a writer. That's what you were pointing out. She worked for the Washington Post, so she is a writer. She could have just, if she just edited herself a little bit and just tweaked a few words there, she could have made her point.
But she's doubled and tripled down on it.
She
which
has
is the difference.
which is reckless, and that brings me to what everybody's worried about more than anything is to have somebody that's such a loose cannon that they're going to get you sued.
Yeah.
And so I think that
Agreed.
The truth is she's not worth it.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't have that big of a draw that it's risk reward. It's like, meh.
Yeah.
She was
Well,
kind of mid
I
anyway.
agree. I
So
Let me just ask you this, because I want to start with the first thing she said, is that if somebody denied your family member health care and they died ultimately because of it, it is human nature. I'm telling you this, and you can disagree. It is human nature to want that person dead. It is.
To say
it
is one thing. In frustration and venting,
Agreed.
to go follow
Agreed.
through with the action is different.
Thank you. That was exactly my point. Is that you're thinking this? The rage in you is like these sons of bitches. I want everybody to pay for what they did to my mom, my grandmother, whatever it is.
Right.
To follow through with it in such a horrific way for on somebody who had probably no ties to what this Luigi kid went through. It is just it's horrendous.
And by the way, lost in this, Dawn mentioned about his back injury, and he might have had back surgery, and he was constantly in back pain. He, from what we gather, based on the family wealth and inheritance, he's probably one of the 1% out there that could probably get the medical treatment needed without insurance.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
Most of us can't afford a surgery without the help of insurance, right? Without setting back ourselves, going into debt, things like that. This kid, 26 years old, he probably could have afforded to pay $40,000 out of pocket thanks to Pop.
Yes, you're 100% right. Since we're in the Taylor Lorenz space, let me play cut 11. Phil, you have cut 11 here, where she was on with Piers Morgan discussing this, where he kind of pushed back on her a little bit. Roll that, Phil.
I do believe in the sanctity of life, and I think that's why I felt, along with so many other Americans, joy, unfortunately, because it feels like...
Serious?
I mean...
Joy at a man's execution?
You're smiling. Maybe not joy, but certainly not empathy. Because again,
we're watching the footage. How can this make you joyful? This guy's a husband. He's a father.
He was great on Full House.
Down in the middle of Manhattan. Why does that make you joyful?
Of Americans that he murdered. So are the tens of thousands of Americans, innocent Americans, who died because greedy health insurance executives like this one push policies of denying care to the most vulnerable people. And the many millions of Americans that have watched people that I care about suffer and in some cases die because of lack of health care.
So should they all be killed then? Should they all be killed, these healthcare executives? Would that make you even more joyful?
No, that would not.
But why not?
And,
why are you laughing?
I think because it wouldn't fix the
You seem to
system.
find the whole thing hilarious.
I find your question
A
funny.
bloke's been murdered in the street. I don't find it funny at all.
I don't find it funny that tens of thousands of Americans die every year and because they are denied life-saving health care from people like the CEO. Now, I want to fix the system. You're right. We shouldn't be going around shooting each other with vigilante justice. No.
Okay, that was good.
I think
that she said
it is a good thing that this murder has led to America, or really the media elites and politicians in this country paying attention to this issue for the first time. You mentioned you couldn't understand why somebody would feel this reaction when they watched a CEO die. It's because you have not dealt it sounds like, with the American healthcare system in the way that millions of other Americans have.
I've dealt with the healthcare system in various ways in America. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but the idea that I would view it as something...
Have you been denied life-saving treatment?
The idea that I would view it as something joyful, that a man has been, who's just a healthcare executive, has been executed in the street, I find completely bizarre.
You're not going to get change to the system by gunning down CEOs in their back.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed.
She also contradicts herself because at one point she did say the right thing.
Yep.
But then...
Yeah, she's very dumb.
So she's not...
Yeah.
She's not really making sense because she's contradicting, and he does a good job of calling her out. Look, you guys know, I was at CVS yesterday and had to pay out of pocket because the Dexcoms, all of a sudden, United Healthcare is not covering part of Michael's type 1 diabetes med. You know what I mean? And the people couldn't be nicer. They feel for you, and it just sucks. And it's also hours out of your life that you got to call and da-da-da-da-da. But there have been times when, of course, you feel that rage and you're upset about it. But that's it. That's the feeling that you feel. And I would say what we should all do is get better at, calling our local legislator and having them promote transparency, break up monopolies of these big companies, do things the right way.
Yeah, there's a process, there's a protocol that you can take.
Yeah, it's one thing to... I mean, we all have those feelings when you sit there and you see somebody suffer, and then there's somebody who can do something about it but won't, and it's just the rage and the seething you have in there. It's another level. It's a psychopathic level then to actually carry it out on somebody who honestly had nothing to do with whatever his family went through.
Right.
So
I would never, ever condone murder. But when we were speculating as to what was the motive of that shooter, I thought it might have been a United Healthcare worker that maybe lost a bunch of money in the stock market when Brian Thompson was a scumbag and sold off 31% of his stocks and made a killing. Remember, what did he cash out for, $15 million? Yes. CEOs do a lot of corrupt, crummy things. Still doesn't justify murder.
Agreed. Again, it's the system. It's the system. If we don't like the system, then we need to vote and whatever to change it.
Yeah.
Make a difference that way, not through guns and just stop.
Yep, I agree.
Stop.
All right, we'll come back and officially launch a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, probably right around 8 o'clock.
Yep.
Back after this. Stay there.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends from the Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back and supporting our local communities. This holiday season, Piazza is proud to partner with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. Show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through December 16th. And while there, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you. For more info or to shop their inventory online, visit piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Investors who plan their retirement trip by boarding a stock market flight risk falling out of the sky with no parachute to protect their nest egg. And depending on their age, they might not have the time to recover their assets from the burning wreckage of the stock market crash. This week's expert report highlights the benefits of the financial life insurance industry as a guaranteed reliable vessel that can protect your assets in retirement. Aside from shielding your nest egg from market risk and costly fees, the financial life insurance industry is secured by a vast safety net. Since the 18th century, the financial life insurance industry has survived every major economic event while protecting and maintaining account holders' accounts without skipping a beat. Even if the insurance company goes insolvent, belly up and out of business. If you're in or near retirement, schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn how the financial life insurance industry can help plan your retirement trip with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The hell with that. It's Kayal and Company, 8 o'clock straight up on a Tuesday morning, a foggy Tuesday.
By the way, kudos to Michael W. Bunner, who tweeted at us. Do you know what today's date is?
December 10th.
Yeah, 12/10/24.
12/10. There you go. Happy 12/10 day.
Happy
12/10 day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize
All
that.
right.
I think we should. He brings up a good point. We should do something on.
I agree. What the hell?
Do something.
Yeah, 12/10 days.
Every other day is a certain day. National Maple Syrup Day.
Yep.
I mean, why not?
So if you're listening and you're out and about today, wish them, say, happy 12/10 day, everybody. Happy 12/10 day.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
8 o'clock hour is in full swing, brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future, as we secure a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this 12/10 day? Tuesday. What's on the cut sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Happy 12/10 day. I'm going to start with cut 13 here, Phil. This is R.J. Martin. He was a roommate of Luigi Mangione, the alleged CEO healthcare killer. He was interviewed last night on Aaron Burnett's program.
Okay, seen by 38 people.
And more people are going to be hearing it right now or watching it on YouTube. He says it's unfathomable that he's a murder suspect. Let's play some of Cut 13, Phil.
Looking forward to living in Hawaii and being healthy. He was excited about getting to meet new people, experiencing new culture.
And did he, all right, so I know this was back in around 2022, so you're coming out of COVID. I'm curious, RJ, did you know where he was working remotely or why he had suddenly decided to decamp to Honolulu? Was there sort of any break in his life or anything that you ever became aware of?
No. It's very natural. Our members all have remote jobs, and Hawaii is one of those places that many people would love to live. So we provide kind of an all-inclusive living experience, so it makes it easy for them to move to the islands.
Okay, so I know you considered him from your interactions with him, the time you spent together, as someone who would be a lifelong friend. What was he like when you knew him? And I know you shared some pictures with us as well. I mean, in terms of how social he was and the sort of interactions that he would have had with the other people in your co-living community.
He was a very thoughtful person, communicated really well, was friendly, had good relationships with everyone. He was even, in some ways, a bit of a leader. He helped spearhead a book club that we started just so we could, keep those intellectual pursuits alive from back when we were in school.
So you mentioned that he was into health. How did that manifest himself? And you mentioned you went hiking together, things like that. Can you tell us more about that? Why he cared about health? And I understand also that at one point you did become aware of some issues with his back.
Yeah, so when I first interviewed him before he moved in, I remember he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. So he's always focused on trying. When he first came, he went on a surf lesson with other members, and unfortunately, just a basic surf lesson, he was in bed for about a week. We had to get a different bed for him that was more firm, and I know it was really traumatic and difficult. When you're in your early 20s and you can't, do some basic things, it can be really, really difficult.
Did he have any conversations with you then?
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah, be quiet, Aaron.
Look, the quote unquote back pain. You know how I feel about that. It's all anxiety driven.
He has physical, according to these reports, he has physical screws in his back. I'm just giving you that.
Yeah, Tiger Woods has also had 12 back surgeries. He's never killed anybody.
No, of course not.
No, I don't. Yes, Dawn. 100%. I heard what you said this morning about this. I believe, especially at that young age, the body bounces back. And the constantly dwelling in pain is
you can your mental anxiety can manifest itself into physical pain.
Yes,
right.
It's also curious to me that among the family owned many businesses that we've talked about, the Turf Valley Country Club, one of the most, if not the most luxurious spas and golf clubs in Maryland, Hayfields Country Club, but they also founded the Lorien Health System.
Yeah.
And he worked there, according to the Baltimore media's, talking to his friends, families, teachers. When he was in high school, he worked at Lorien Health Systems that was founded by his family.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if, because the family founded that health systems company, is there something there that he felt like he was an expert on that? I don't know.
Or he witnessed firsthand people being denied care.
I don't know.
Right.
Or given care and hearing the family say that they were doing the right way.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer.
He's 26, so it's not like he just realized at 25 and a half that the healthcare system is messed up. This is a guy, I believe, who for probably 5, 8, 10 years has had a disdain, and he's a smart kid, right? So he's probably thinking about things at 14. You said he was 14 when he volunteered at that facility, Dawn?
Looks like
or 16?
Yeah. No, I think he would have been 14.
You just heard his little buddy from Hawaii. They were starting a book club to continue things that they did from their
talk about privileged life too.
But isn't that something you guys do?
Intellectual thinker.
No. You guys, you and Greg, you guys will call up or text Phil Almquist and go, what are we going to read in our book club this week?
Yes, I'm actually bringing my collection of R.L. Stein's Goosebumps.
I know people who are in a book club, and they are way, 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 way more privileged than any of the three of us. I'm not naming any names, but for all you people there that said that, hang on. For all the people on the YouTube chat that are saying that what I said about back pain is an asinine comment, let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself for the people in the back section that didn't hear it. Yes, 99% of back pain is anxiety-ridden. It's stress. It's not real. I'm not saying that that's what this guy had. All I'm saying is that 99% of it points to anxiety. Thank you. Sorry. Go on.
I'm trying to think. No, it was
personal comment. Shut up.
I don't know what I was going to say, but it's
fine.
Your comment was better.
Anne-Marie's saying, why is no one blaming Obamacare? I will say that I looked up when Obamacare officially went into effect, and when it did since that date, Our healthcare costs have gone up 53%. Now, that's not fully on Obamacare, but 53%, not for nothing, that's a lot. And so part of that is the Affordable Care Act. They still need to work out a lot of the kinks in it, and it has raised the cost for all of us.
Yeah.
Think about the privileged life this guy had, too. He's working remotely in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Hawaii. I mean, just like you and I. Just like all of us.
Yeah. I'm anti-book club, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put that out.
Hopefully
don't ever approach me about a book club.
Hopefully certain people at Odyssey aren't listening. All right, keep going with that.
Afterwards about that issue and, I mean, his back, how he hurt it. I mean, obviously anything to do with the insurance process of it?
The only thing he ever mentioned, he mentioned, I need to go back to see my doctor and then I'm going to have surgery. I encouraged him and brought him to yoga classes. He would do calisthenics on his own. I know he was really focused on being strong and healthy, but it also weighed on him that he knew that there was an impending surgery.
So did you, in the context of all the books that you were reading and the book club that he was leading, did you have conversations about any of the issues that, we now even see in the writings that he had on him when he was arrested? I mean, did he talk about, not even as maybe as specific as health insurance, but capitalism, anything of that nature?
I apologize. I haven't read any of the media that's happened. I heard about it when a reporter called me. So I'm not familiar with what his writings were, but I know we talked about social issues and we talked about how to improve the world. And we talked about, issues that are, say with capitalism or with the healthcare system or with housing or the food systems. It wasn't, anything specific. It wasn't like he had an axe to grind or he was even upset or angry about a particular issue. They were just natural intellectual conversations that you have when you're inquisitive.
So you stayed in touch with him. I know you spoke to him earlier this year, although I understand, RJ, that you tried to reach out to him multiple times even since then, but that he had not responded in those cases. Can you tell me about your last conversation with him?
Mostly just text messages. So I knew he was going to have a surgery. So earlier this year, I checked in with him. He confirmed that he had surgery, and he sent me the x-rays. It looked heinous with just giant screws going into his spine. After that, he called me once. I didn't pick up. We kind of texted a little bit, but unfortunately, I feel terrible now. I wish, I would have made more of an effort to communicate with him.
Did you ever have any conversation with him where he brought up anything like guns or anything in that area?
Guns!
Never once talked about guns, never once talked about violence. He was absolutely a not violent person, as far as I could tell.
So RJ, in all of this, as you're just struggling to get your head around what happened here with someone, that you had considered would be a lifelong friend. And I know you've only had a few hours to even try to comprehend it. But just in these initial hours, do you have any idea why or how someone that you knew in the way you knew him could have done this?
Personally, I can make zero sense of it. There's never justification for violence. We live in a democratic system with processes and procedures to address our issues, and I can make no sense of it.
Well, RJ, I appreciate your taking the time.
There you go.
The hell with Luigi Mangione. I'm sick of all of these wealthy people that despise capitalism. Like, does that little snot-nosed punk know the only reason that he was able to go to an all-boys high school for $40,000 a year or to the University of Pennsylvania is because his family took advantages of everything capitalism offers in this country? You ever notice you never see people fleeing capitalistic societies for communist states or socialist nations? There's a reason why people flock to America, because of democracy and capitalism. His disdain for capitalism has about as much merit as Bernie Sanders. Seriously.
Nick DeMondi on X says gay and bi Twitter are losing their collective minds over Luigi Mangione, but the bigger story is that a true Italian would not have gotten caught. This guy must be Sicilian.
It's true. It's a very good point.
Was Luigi gay?
Everybody's speculating, and there's no word that he was.
Oh.
But if you look on social media, they're all posting pictures and saying things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, all right, let's go to Governor Josh Shapiro, because of course he was caught in Altoona, Pennsylvania. So Josh had to.
By the way, you ever go to Altoona?
No.
Interesting area.
They have a little TV station there.
Okay.
It was one of the stations my husband worked at for like a hot minute, in your early career.
Yeah.
But, I think it's a rural place out, was it 100 miles away from Pittsburgh about?
Yeah.
And so kind of a rural area.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that this McDonald's worker.
Yeah, I was there for a football game.
You were?
Yeah. Yeah, in high school. We had a scrimmage one year in August out in Altoona.
How?
It's just.
What was that like?
It's just, everything in between, Philly and Pittsburgh, just in Pennsylvania, it just feels like Kansas.
All right, Josh Shapiro, go.
This case is hinged on attention. In fact, the attention in this case and the killing of Brian Thompson was helpful, no doubt, in allowing us to capture this killer, in alerting that individual at McDonald's this morning, and then having that individual contact police. But some attention in this case, especially online, has been deeply disturbing, as some have looked to celebrate instead of condemning this killer. Brian Thompson was a father to two. He was a husband, and he was a friend to many. And yes, he was the CEO of a health insurance company. In America, we do not kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint. I understand people have real frustration with our healthcare system, and I have worked to address that throughout my career. But I have no tolerance, nor should anyone, for one man using an illegal ghost gun to murder someone because he thinks
had to throw that in there, didn't he?
Opinion matters most.
There you go.
He dropped the Obama
he did.
tone.
He did.
Must not be working on that anymore.
He only does that when he's on the stump.
That's right.
When he's stumping for somebody.
When you got to get serious.
I knew you were going to say that, but I watched it live last night. I did not think that. I thought
yes, you did.
he was appropriate. And
Oh, no, I have no
his
issue with what he
tone.
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. With his comments, no, I noticed that the Obama impersonation has been dropped.
Here comes the Josh Shapiro apology tour. Starring Dawn Stansel.
No, I'm just being fair. I want to be fair.
Dawn, Shapiro, Sherelle, they go to lunch every week.
We don't.
I'm taking all the bullets. I'm taking all the bullets right now on social media. So I'm just deflecting.
Wants to spread it out.
I have no issue with what Josh Shapiro said there. I don't even have an issue with the ghost gun comment. It's a fact. He had a ghost gun.
What the hell's a ghost gun?
It was printed off a 3D printer.
Okay, allegedly, but like,
that's what they're saying. It was printed off. That's pretty amazing.
Isn't it the way it's assembled? I think my sister's
off a 3D printer.
Yeah.
That's
you can make awesome things.
That's the wrapping that goes around the physical piece of the gun.
And then they mail
my sister's husband, I told you,
separately?
has all sorts of firearms, and he's shown me a ghost gun. Now he's got them all hidden and locked away behind panels in his
Good thing you're
walls.
broadcasting this.
Yeah, he knows everything's an open book. I told him, anything you tell me is content.
Oh my goodness! But it's unassembled in separate states.
Oh no, he's got. I'm telling you, man, it's the last house you want to go. What happened
As
on
your
the main?
attorney, I advise.
What happened on the main line?
Really?
Don't do it to my sister's house. You're not getting out alive. And they got a German Shepherd. You're toast.
This CNN pundit compares Daniel Penny to Luigi Mangione. Says they're both vigilantes.
Daniel Penny and
a murderer, allegedly.
Murderer. Okay. We got Penny. We got Neely. We got Luigi.
Luckily, there was somebody on this panel to push back because this woman is just out to lunch.
Was it Scott Jennings doing the pushing back?
No, it was some other bald guy.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
No offense.
Yeah.
Roll it, Phil.
Later in the night, we're also going to talk about Penny and the verdict there. Mm-hmm. There you also have a victim who somebody determined did not deserve to continue living, right?
No.
Yeah, tell me which vigilante action is okay.
One is being proactive, right? So this kid who executed a guy walking away from him, shot him in the back, for no reason whatsoever. Daniel Penny is a hero. You could say anything you want. Talk to people who ride the subway every day. Because I do all the time.
So let me
I can't find anyone who rides the subway who's unhappy about this verdict.
Well,
yeah, Abby Phillips got a haircut. What happened? Is she changed?
No, that's not
Abby Phillips. But that's Abby Phillips' show because that's the roundtable panel. Look, to me, when I look at these two cases, and they are both tragedies. That should be obviously stated, right? You hate to see anybody die. One was certainly more preventable than the other because I believe that Neely should have been off the street after 40. I mean, I still can't wrap my head around that just from a common sense criminal justice system perspective, that you can be in this day, even in the defund the police era, even in all the absurdities of the Soros-funded DAs and the world of justice that we live in up to yesterday, where I think law and order was reestablished, that you could actually be a free-roaming citizen in America with 42 arrests. How is that possible? Think about, I don't know that I've ever done anything in my life 42 times, much less been arrested 42 times. I don't know that I've played 42 rounds of golf. I don't know that I've purchased 42 liters of vodka, ever.
That's not where I was going. Sorry.
Go wherever you would like. This is free speech, baby.
You've done live radio.
I don't know that I've done 42
shows.
talk shows.
Yeah.
This guy was arrested 42 times. And I'll say something, and I don't care if people will get all emotional when I say this because they can't logically think things through. Not specifically this audience by any stretch. I'm talking about people that disagree with the not guilty verdict. I believe you can argue that Brian Thompson has more of a right to be alive today than Jordan Neely does. Let me repeat that one last time. Brian Thompson has more of a case to be alive today.
The CEO?
The CEO, than the guy who has 42 priors, has committed physical assault on women, and threatened to kill people on a subway. So if you don't like that statement, you can go over to Blue Sky and go pound sand. All right? And subscribe to the Taylor Lorenz podcast.
AOC says the subway will be safer if we lock up people like Daniel Penny.
All right, so
Got it.
Another brainiac weighs in. All right.
Roll AOC, please.
He would do it again if necessary, if there was a present threat. What do you make of the comments?
Well, doesn't that, I just feel like that tells us everything. If we do not want violence on our subways, and the point of our justice system is a level of accountability to prevent a person who does not have remorse about taking another person's life. I mean, even people who have engaged in manslaughter or have taken a life accidentally express remorse. And so the fact that a person may express no remorse indicates that there's a risk that it may happen again. And if we do not want to unleash that level of violence, then we should exert a level of accountability to prevent that from happening again.
Well, yes, this was easily preventable. Let's talk about the justice system, AOC. I mean, we're talking about a guy, as I said in the big take this morning and at 6:30, that if Alvin Bragg in his office actually prosecuted people and locked people up, this guy, Jordan Neely, the deceased, is actually alive because he's either in a jail, and if the courts deem him to be at a point in his life mentally where jail's not the appropriate physical destination for him, then he should have been in a treatment facility or some mental health care institution. He's alive today if the justice, yes, AOC's right, but she's getting the narrative wrong. It's not that you're going to be safer with Daniel Penny locked up. You would be safer with Jordan Neely in one of two destinations, none of which should be public transportation.
This BML influencer on TikTok calls for violence to change the status quo after the Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny verdict, or actually I should say the Daniel Penny verdict. This is cut 9, Phil. Go.
people love to say that violence don't solve issues. I swear, I'm going to get a shirt made to say, that says, if violence doesn't solve problems, you're clearly not using enough violence. Because the thing is, it seems like there are only two ways to get to these people, or to get to the ruling class. You either have to use violence,
the ruling class.
If you push your people to a certain extent, that's what's going to happen. Or two, you have to hit people in their pocketbook. The reason the second doesn't always work is because the collective of people have to stop either shopping somewhere, buying something, or make a convenience to their life inconvenient, which is not going to work for a lot of people. So the only other option is the first option. You have to use violence. And look, I understand there are a lot of creators that say, I'm not an advocate for violence. I'm not an advocate for violence. Hell, I am. At this point, radicalize me. Hell, for years, y'all done told us and taught us growing up. How many of y'all were always taught the MLK way of doing things? Protest. Genuinely protest. Softly. With no violence, right? 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 Do it that way, right? How often has that led us to getting anything done?
So, what's the old adage?
Wow.
You don't hate the player, hate the game.
TikTok, by the way. This whole thing came out.
Yeah. To me, there should be no hatred for Brian Thompson. If you want to hate the industry itself, that is fine. But there's no way. You think that this is an inflection point? You think that this is the moment where the murder of Brian Thompson leads to change? I'm actually rooting. I'll take it a step further. If that is your mindset, then I'm rooting for the healthcare system not to change a damn thing, because I do not want murder to be the pivot point in a societal change. Okay, because I'm against murder. Right? Killing people's bad. Yeah. It's wrong. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, and I hate the healthcare system, I hate everything about it. Co-pays, deductibles. I think the whole system's a scam. But in no way, shape, or form is slaughtering somebody going to change the system. What did Dawn say? Get involved with your legislator. Get involved at a grassroots level. But you know what that requires? Hard work, dedication, time, due diligence. Which is all, by the way, takes a lot more time than loading up your TikTok video. What do they call himself, a creator?
Yeah.
I'm so tired of these content creators. You're not a content creator. Unless you're making a living off of it getting paid, you're not a creator.
He might be. I mean, he might have a lot of followers, and that has, unfortunately...
Well, that's more of an indictment on TikTok than anything.
That's true.
I'm going to reverse course again. Ban TikTok. For the fifth time, I'm going to flip.
So after the Daniel Penny verdict yesterday, BLM took to the streets in Washington Square Park in New York City and started protesting. No justice, no peace, because that's what they do. Cut 18, Philip. You have it there? Go.
What's his name? Jordan Neely! Silence him! Jordan Neely! What's his name? Jordan Neely!
Can we pause it? Can we pause it? Notice the masks. Once again.
And the white people.
My rule of thumb when protesting, if you believe you are vocally expressing your opinions on a just cause, show your identity. This applies to those that were protesting for Gaza, all the nonsense that we've seen since October 7th, 2023. Got news for you. You're outside. It's 2025. You're probably already been vaccinated and boosted 14 times. That cloth mask is not working. Show your face. Stop being a coward.
By the way, this I've said this before, and this video of this just demonstrates it. It's the people that actually have to take the subway every day are not the ones protesting this. It's the rich elite, whites, and they could be black too, that don't have to take the subway. Mm-hmm. That are just like, oh, yes, it's the system. The system killed the black man. Nothing to do with his race, you dummies.
And all of the money. I said yesterday in the Big Take, as we previewed the Daniel Penny case with jury deliberations resuming on Monday, I said, I believe BLM is the second biggest scam short of the COVID vaccine. And what did we say many times on the first 2 years of this show? I thought that and I have no way to prove this is just a guess. the majority of the money that was sent to BLM that was then stolen and never accounted for, and all these BLM leaders were buying houses and fancy cars and all the money, a majority of it came from white liberal women.
Yep.
There's no doubt in my mind.
I'm going to get to Governor Phil Murphy in a second because I want to get to this drones. Maybe we'll do that on the other side of 8:30. But I want to end at least this portion with New York Governor Kathy Hochul. So since we're in New York, we might as well stay there. To fight inflation, she's giving residents $300 to $500 checks.
Oh, more stimulus. Cool. Wonder how that'll work out long term.
Just give people free money.
It's just unbelievable. It is such an entry-level stooge idea.
All right, go roll it.
My budget next month. They will send you a check to buy your groceries for a month or whatever you want to spend it on.
Vote for me.
And if you're an individual earning up to $150,000 a year, it's $300. What does that look like?
Show us.
All right.
Oh.
How about that? When you're individual.
Look at that. Look at that big check.
Now, if you're filing jointly and you have a family, you need a little more, right?
Yeah.
Families are expensive.
They are.
Why does she sound like Hillary?
How about this?
I know she does.
Doesn't she?
$500. $500.
Survey says.
This is her campaign.
Yeah.
For families earning less than
This is
$300,000, because I know life in New York City is expensive and your salaries may sound nice, but they don't go very far.
Oh, my God.
So we've got Shapiro, who sounds like Obama. Hochul sounds like Hillary. And if you're making under $300,000 a year, which 99.9% of us are, you get free money. I mean, I don't I understand we all love free money, quote, in theory, right? It's not free, by the way. But as a fiscal conservative, this is a disaster. And what was the other denomination? If you made under $150,000 a year, is it 500 or 300? Well,
500 if you file jointly, because families are expensive.
And
Thanks to things that we've done.
And
so
let's also
more money.
establish, the cost of living in certain cities. Nobody's forcing you to stay there. If you don't there's a reason why Nick Kayal doesn't live in Los Angeles, because I don't want to pay $7.87 for a gallon of gas. So if you don't like the cost of living in New York, then move.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Everybody that's an anti-Trump voter says, I'm going to leave America if Trump wins the election. You would imply then that they have the means to leave the country, yet they can't flee New York City because it's too expensive?
I don't know this. Dawn, do you know when she's up for re-election? Is it soon?
Can't come soon enough.
Yeah, but that's why she's campaigning right now. Plus this new tax, the Kathy tax or the Kathy toll.
Yeah.
The so-called congestion pricing.
Yeah.
That anybody who drives in, even if you drive in at 2:30 in the morning, which I happen to know somebody who does, you're still charged $3, and then it's something crazy. It's what is it a day? $6 a day?
Yeah.
Outrageous.
It's insane. So
it's
nearly $200, nearly $200 a month for this congestion tax. They're fighting it because especially cops and teachers or whatever, it's crazy. She's crazy. And if she thinks that people are stupid, but this is her campaign.
Well, you know what? The constituency, the voter base is even dumber because they're going to go from Eric Adams to Andrew Cuomo as the mayor. Sean Farish firmly believes that Cuomo will win, and I believe he's right. He will win. And even if Kathy Hochul doesn't win, re-election whenever that comes, they'll just put somebody else in there that's just as much of a dope as she is. I mean, look what Chicago did. They got rid of Lori Lightfoot, who was atrocious. She lands at Harvard as a professor, and they elected Brandon Johnson.
Yeah.
So she, it'll be 2026, I believe, right? She's up in, so she's running right now ahead of the 26 election.
I'm ready for drones. You ready for drones?
Yeah, let's get to drones, and we've seen them flying over New Jersey. We've seen them flying over Pennsylvania now. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has weighed in on this. We will have that on the other side.
At this rate, I'm hoping a drone just flies through my bedroom window tonight while I'm asleep and wipes me out. I can't take much. My head hurts from these people. 855-839.
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm all New Yorked out. It's time to get to the drones, baby. We'll do the drones on the other side as we continue. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg live on a Tuesday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our Tax Relief Hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it has already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever, and now is the perfect time to get in on the action. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? We'll call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. $8:37. It's Kayal and Company, questioning the answers, answering the questions, breaking it down for you, as we do each and every Monday through Friday from 6 to 10, providing entertaining, thoughtful, emotional commentary in a radio landscape in this city of hacky hokey morning radio shows.
Oh boy.
Look, somebody's got to perfect the industry, and we've been tasked with the mission. That's what we're here to do, folks. We're here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and we're all out of bubble gum, as Roddy Piper once said. In a bad movie, but I'm a lover of bad movies.
They Live is not a bad movie, dude. I
love
disagree
it.
with you. I disagree with you. It's a great movie.
I love it.
Well,
but I think most people would deem it a horrific movie.
Okay.
I love bad movies, and there's nothing better than that fight scene.
By the way, are we giving away?
I think we are. Yeah.
$50 Metro Diner gift cards at 9:20ish
That is right.
for presidential trivia.
That's right. 9:20. I will give you 3 presidential trivia questions.
Yeah.
The answer could be Abe Lincoln, Donald Trump, Teddy Roosevelt, Calvin Coolidge. Look, there's only so many sources out there with questions on these people, and they're a little difficult, but we're giving away $50. I mean, we're like Kathy Hochul, right? We're just $50 only goes so far in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the cost of groceries in this city, highest in the nation.
What? Can you give me a sample question?
Yeah, I'll give you a sample. You want a sample?
Yeah.
Give me a sample. Let me get my packet. All right. Which president served in Congress after his time in office and suffered a fatal stroke on the floor of the House chamber?
Calvin Coolidge.
John Quincy Adams. Those are the kind of questions. Now, I think there's some other easier ones, some more fun ones. One of which involves pickles that we'll tell you about a little bit later. Yeah,
Okay.
pickles. Yeah.
All right.
All right. As you were saying with the cut sheets.
Yeah. So let's. I'll get to Phil Murphy in just one second. The Art of the Tease. Tom Homan was on Fox and Friends yesterday, and he says, "I'm not waiting for January 20th, 2025. I'm starting work now."
My man.
Roll, Phil.
Well, look, I'm here to talk to a bunch of people here and find out what exactly is going on the ground. I was already in Texas. I'm working with Governor Abbott. I've had a meeting last week with the National Sheriff's Association, working with sheriffs across the country. I'm here in Chicago to speak to some groups here, some black pastors who have concerns about what illegal immigration has done to their community. So we're already on the ground in Chicago. We're going to fix this up as quick as we can. We're not waiting for January 20th. I'm working now.
Wow.
I love it, man. Just clone me some Tom Homan. Inject me straight into the veins with Tom Homan. More of that and less of the last 4 years will result in a much more productive, safe America.
Yesterday, Nick, you read the statement from President-elect Trump on what's happening in Syria now. For those of you that don't know, the Assad regime has been overthrown by rebels. And what was his statement yesterday, Nick? He said,
not to have involvement from the United States. And what does Joe do? Sends in the drones, the bombers.
Tulsi Gabbard yesterday commented on what President-elect Trump said. This is cut 15, Phil. Do you have it there? 15.
Tulsi Gabbard.
There we go. Cut 15.
I want to address the issue that's in the headlines right now. I stand in full support and wholeheartedly agree with the statements that President Trump has made over these last few days with regards to the developments in Syria. My own views and experiences have been shaped by my multiple deployments and seeing firsthand the cost of war and the threat of Islamist terrorism. It's one of the many reasons why I appreciate President Trump's leadership and his election, where he is fully committed, as he has said over and over, to bringing about an end to wars, demonstrating peace through strength, and putting the national security interests and the safety, security, and freedom of the American people first and foremost.
You know, it really is remarkable that there are actually people in this country that would push back on the stance that Trump has with peace and strength and peace and prosperity. It's just wild that so he doesn't want to get involved in endless, pointless wars. He doesn't want to be the police of the globe. He doesn't want to line the pockets of the military-industrial complex. And he doesn't want to send your son or daughter over there to be slaughtered for nothing. And that's like somehow viewed as not a popular stance that you just want to keep, which is weird because Democrats in the past would criticize the Lindsey Grahams, the Bushes, the Cheneys, the Romneys, the old Republican guard that couldn't help but start wars or stick their nose into other nations' business. Let's just stay the hell out of it. As long as we are safe and secure, that's all I care about. Yet that is viewed as like it's weird. The Democrats have become the party of war.
Yep.
And they're like ready to hand Trump a silver platter for World War III.
Yep.
As if he doesn't have enough to worry about domestically.
One more before Governor Murphy. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days.
But he must be a little sore after that.
Tim Walz, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how could we forget?
He gave an interview over the weekend. And look, he blamed America for rejecting him.
He's back to wearing glasses, I believe, as well.
He is. Roll this.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to understand what type of leadership do they want. We were pledging to be inclusive. We were pledging to bring people in. Donald Trump has said that isn't what he wants. And so if that's what America's leaning towards, I guess for me, it's to understand and learn more about America, because I thought that they were going to probably move towards a more positive message.
Timmy, I don't know how to break this to you, my man. Number one, if you're an eyeglass wearer, just wear the glasses on the campaign trail. Not really sure what Gen Z whippersnapper told you to go contacts. Now he's been, every time I've seen him post election, he's got glasses on, right? And yeah, America wants a man with a strong handshake, like Donald Trump does, where he kind of crushes the hand of Macron. He doesn't want we don't want our vice president waving like a Stretch Armstrong.
I mean,
right?
He was a bad vice presidential
He
pick.
might be the worst VP pick I can
really
recall.
bad. I mean, look, she wasn't going to win anyway, but it doesn't matter who she picked as vice president. But he was categorically bad.
I mean,
just bad.
In your time doing this, you've been here, what, 20 years?
Something like that.
Can you think of a worse VP? Let's just start let's just go back to the Clinton era. Let's go back the last 30 years, or even just the last 24 years, the turn of the century.
No,
Can you think of a worse VP on either side?
No,
I can't.
Sarah, I'm gonna get hate for this. Sarah Palin was a bad VP pick.
Okay.
She wasn't worse than Tim Walz, though.
Okay.
The reason she was the worst was because she is a conservative. So the media.
No, she just didn't go with the John McCain ticket. You know what I mean? Like,
you don't think there was you think it was like an odd
McCain
combo?
Look, when she first came out,
McCain didn't think she could. That was Nicole Wallace.
I think Nicole Wallace. I don't know that Nicole did. I think he had the worst campaign managers in history.
Yeah. All right, let's do. Yeah, no. To be honest with you, no. He's the worst. Phil Murphy. So, what's the latest with these drones? They're just. I know Dawn had Doug Steinhardt on yesterday at 10:15, and he was discussing it. I know Chris Smith from New Jersey has come out and made statements on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. FBI says they're investigating.
Phil Murphy says, quote, "The minute we get eyes on these drones, they go dark." Isn't that a little odd?
That is weird.
I don't understand that. That's the best explanation he can give.
No, he's saying that that's weird. That when somebody's videoing it or whatever, I think he's climbing on.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird. I mean, one of my former colleagues in radio, Jason Martitas, lives in Westchester. He tweeted out a video of him last night. They don't seem to go dark on his phone. So what the hell's Phil Murphy looking at?
Well, let's let Phil Murphy explain. This is a chapsticked up Phil Murphy.
I've got thoughts on that as well.
All right, roll it.
Got a lot of thoughts.
In New Jersey, in Morris County, I don't know how many mayors sent a letter to you this morning asking for a clarification. What can you tell us? What is going on, and why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good. I don't blame people for being frustrated. Let me say, most importantly, right up front.
Now, here we go.
We see no evidence, and I say we. This includes Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, our state police, authorities at all levels of government. The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. We had last night 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over Hunterdon. Now, those include, I think I saw one, mistaken a fixed-wing aircraft, a plane, a small Piper Cub, for instance, for a drone, or you saw one and that counts, and then I saw the same one and that counts. So we think these are overstated, but it's a non-zero number. I was on with the White House and Homeland Security leadership literally at the very top yesterday for pretty much all day. I'm hoping we'll get answers sooner than later. I would just ask folks to continue to let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something, and we'll continue to do everything we can with our federal partners to get clearer answers.
Why is it so hard to get answers?
Thank you.
These are apparently as I understand it, very sophisticated.
Too sophisticated for the government.
On them, they go dark.
Oh, wait, hang on, pause it.
You know,
Pause it for a second and just rewind it for a couple seconds there so we can hear that statement. This is, so on one hand, he's saying, we have no idea what they are, but on the other hand, they're saying there's no serious credible threat.
Well, how do you know if you don't know what they are?
Thank you.
The longer they stay up there, the more I believe it's government reconnaissance and surveillance.
Agreed.
Because if we can shoot down a Chinese spy balloon over Mama Zioli's house in the Carolinas, along the shore of the Atlantic Ocean, then the more they stay up there, they're up there for a reason, and they're doing something. And why are they always at night?
I will say that there were people online responding to this, and they said that in some models, the lights turn off when the camera on the drone is rolling. So while recording, for whatever reason, it disables the lights.
Yeah, it's like an iPhone. You start recording with your video, it shuts off your music.
Yep.
All right, can you keep rolling
local law
hair plugs?
enforcement know when they see something, and we'll continue to do everything we can with our federal partners to get clearer answers.
Why is it so hard to get answers?
These are apparently as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. And, you know, we're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure. So we've got military assets, we've got utility assets, we've got the president-elect's one of his homes here. This is something we're taking deadly seriously. We've gotten good cooperation out of the feds, but we need more, and that was my plea.
Finally, how much longer do you think?
I don't know, but if we have news, I'll let you know. The minute we know something, I'm not going to hide it under a bushel.
Under a bushel. So the U.S. Army facility in Morris County, they are saying they don't know this is not them. So this is Picatinny Arsenal, the Army facility there. They say that they've had 11 confirmed sightings of these. These are unauthorized drones flying in its airspace in recent weeks, and the military officials there said that this is not something that they have knowledge of. They're not doing this, and they are concerned about it.
But it's great to know that we have things in our airspace that we can't identify. We don't have any interest in bringing down or pulling down or maybe sending up somebody in a plane to do some surveillance of it. I mean, if I'm China or another country right now, I'm like, you know what? Let's float some things across the old Atlantic.
Well,
right?
we don't know it's not China or anything else because nobody knows what it is.
That's right.
That's the most frustrating thing about this is that we have so much great technology that can literally. I mean, think about it. We found this killer allegedly within 5 days. And these drones have been out there like,
I'm starting to think we're really a slapnut nation.
Well, of course we are.
Yeah,
Thank you, Nick Hale.
The more I gather, yeah.
So they're saying that New Jersey alone, not even on the Pennsylvania side, has had at least 49 of these mystery drone sightings, and that was in just one night, 49 a night. And so they seem to be flying in a coordinated mode. So they're not independent, some of them in some cases. It is illegal to fly unauthorized drones over military bases. And so the FAA is chiming in. So with the FAA, this is illegal to fly over Trump National Golf Club in Somerset County, which it did, Bedminster, or Picatinny. You can't, that's totally unauthorized. It's illegal.
Do you guys want to analyze the chapstick? I mean,
God, please.
I don't know.
I want to analyze Nancy Mace. Are we going to get to that?
Yeah, we're going to do that after the big three.
Yeah,
we'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. We got to analyze that too.
We're going to piss Dawn off.
Oh boy.
So the whole thing with this is, and I said this at 6:02, is that the next terrorist attack that happens in this country is not going to be extremists flying planes into buildings. It's
1,000%.
It's going to be something like this where they take out our grid, our power system, through something like a drone. I'm not saying that's what this is, not at all. But I'm saying that we need to know if there are drones flying over people's houses and we're just like, I don't know who it is. Yeah. Or Road Warrior brings up a good point. Do they know, but they're not authorized to say?
That's my belief. I think they know what it is. I think they know exactly what they're doing. Yes. Yeah. And if it was another nation, we got the reports of the Chinese spy balloon. We were told by the media, the American public, that yes, this is a Chinese spy balloon. They have been here, blah 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 blah. So
yeah, but it wasn't until that wasn't right away, Nick.
That's true.
Remember?
Yep, you're right.
And so I Mama Zioli deserves a Pulitzer. Quite frankly, I think she got to the bottom of things. I mean, seriously. There were citizens who noticed it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then it was widely reported. Everybody was and then finally they came out and the Biden administration admitted it was Chinese.
Bigger issue: Phil Murphy's red eyeglasses or the use of chapstick.
Wait, hang on. What's wrong with the use of chapstick?
I'm very anti-chap. I don't.
What if you have chapped lips?
I do too, and I have them chapped right now. But I don't use chapstick. I just deal with it until they dry up and get better and get re-moisturized naturally. Don't lick your lips outside when it's cold.
Whoa.
Men are not supposed to put anything on their lips.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's a violation. Have you ever put it feels weird. My wife will be like, "Here, put a little beeswax on your chapped."
Hot lips, Kayal.
She doesn't use like the pink chapstick. She uses the is it like Burt's beeswax?
Yes, which is the best.
And she puts that on, and I can smell it. Right, I can smell it. I'm like, "You're wearing that damn beeswax again, aren't you?" And she's like, "Yeah." She's like, "You're a little chapped." I'm like, "No,
dude. I don't get chapped lips, honestly. I don't, but my son does.
Well, you shouldn't. You don't leave the house.
Does
anything get chapped?
Chapstick. There's nothing wrong with a guy putting on chapstick. Now, Phil Murphy doing anything is odd because he's an odd individual.
Right. Red eyeglasses.
But there's nothing wrong, and you can get addicted to it, by the way, which it seems like he is because he just put it on as they were talking to him.
My best friend Barry, he'll pull out chapstick in the dead heat of June and put a little chapstick while we're golfing. I'm looking for the cart girl in another high noon. He's pulling out chapstick.
What's wrong? It's a weird take. That's a weird take that you're so anti-chapstick.
Steph, I'll take another Jack and Coke and grab my buddy some beeswax.
What's wrong with you, man?
Poll question on YouTube chat. Phil, put it up.
Uh-oh.
Violation for a man to use chapstick. I say yes.
No, it absolutely isn't. Look, I was criticized for what everybody said was my bad take for the back pain issues.
Oh, your chapstick take is way worse.
But I stand by the fact that chapstick is absolutely fine for anybody. Is it because it's like phallic?
Does it? You think it feels natural to have like moist lips as a dude? Like I've used it before a few times, right? And I'm just like, I can never get you. And then you're trying to drink something and you get it on your cup. You're eating something and then you're digesting it and you can taste it with your food. It's atrocious. Here's the only justification I'll give you. In the privacy of your own home when you go to bed. Because you'll be asleep. You're not going to be eating or drinking anything for the 8 hours that you're out. That's it.
I will tell you that a person in my life has this issue, will also not use any product like you're saying, but he will use Aquaphor lip repair.
So
it actually works, and it's Aquaphor lip repair. My stocking stuffer.
Because my son right now has chapped lips, and his teacher puts that Aquaphor on there, and it cleared it right up.
That's a good teacher.
Great teacher.
But by the way, there's so it's up. Vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote right now. By the way, right now, would you like to take the question is violation for guys to wear chapstick? Yes or no?
I'm going to say 59% say yes, it's a violation.
72% say no, it's not a violation.
That's okay.
Not a violation.
That's
73 right now.
That's all right.
Go vote.
72% were on the Eagles last week to cover, and I was on the Panthers. So.
Go vote while we take this really quick commercial break. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
And for all the men out there that enjoy certain females in Congress from an aesthetic standpoint, get ready because we've got some great Nancy Mace footage that was unearthed. Courtesy
And by
of
the way,
Daily Mail.
for the people saying, "Oh, we've all had college videos that we might not, want out there," this was 2016. She wasn't in college. She's 47 years old. Yeah. So stop with the college videos.
She was my
age. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. What she's doing.
I didn't say
but you
anything
can't
either.
say that it's a college video. It's from 2016.
I watched it 30 times. Oh, boy. I don't have any issue with it. Boy. Just playing it because it's in the news.
9 o'clock hour is going to be lit.
Playing with his chapstick.
Right. Don't forget, vote. Chapstick violation, yes or no for men. It's the issues we care about, breaking it down as only we can on Kayal and Company. But first, no, Dawn, you have a word. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's okay. We'll be back. But first, I'm looking down, I'm glancing at my latest report on the shield that's guarding my online privacy. So it says the following third-party domains requests were blocked from loading because they're identified as trackers. And so guess what the two are? I don't even know, I can't pronounce one of them, but the other one is a Google thing. So they list for me everything, all these creepy tracking protection stuff that they do, which is awesome. The face of the little DuckDuckGo app, it may look all cute and friendly, but to me, it represents a fierce protector of my privacy, which is critical for me personally and professionally. The idea of being followed or tracked gives me an uneasy feeling, and that's why I'm so grateful for DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. It is a subscription service, and here's why you need to try it out free for a month, and I want you to do this today. Try it out, 30 days free. DuckDuckGo.com/1210 has servers across the United States and Europe. So when I travel next spring to Italy, I'm good to go. You get the closest connection to maximize speed as well as stability. Yeah, it's fast. So it's a threefer. There's a VPN, which is securing your connection anytime, anywhere, including worldwide. And you get full device protection with the VPN built for speed, simplicity, and security. It has personal information removal. So you find and remove the personal details like your name or address that are out there on these sites that store it and sell it. And actually, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you to combat that identity theft and the spam that can happen by helping you to remove that personal information. And then number 3, and this is a big one. If you've ever been the victim of those identity thieves, and I have twice in my life, identity theft restoration. So God forbid your identity's stolen. DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro provides a specialist that will help you restore those stolen accounts, help you recover financial losses, even help you correct your credit report. All of that's pretty amazing in one subscription. And that's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. I do feel secure with Privacy Pro's 3-in-1 subscription service that I talked about. So do this. Just go to DuckDuckGo. Go do this with their VPN. Get a 30-day free trial. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. And then after the 30 free days, you get $9.99 a month. That's what you pay. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or email, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Make sure your child or grandchild has all the tools they need to succeed this school year. Call Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown, 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them right now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, bipolar. Don't wait. Prepare your student now. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would be excited.
You're missing out on the important moments of your life because you just can't hear them. It's time to try the Jabra Enhanced Select 500, our smallest, most advanced hearing aid. With proprietary speech clarity technology, even the most complex listening situations like a noisy restaurant are crisp and clear. And you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Get Jabra Enhance over-the-counter hearing aids and stop missing the important moments. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
The holiday season, it is a great time to give back, and our friends at the Piazza Auto Group are doing just that. Now through December 16th, the Piazza dealerships are collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. To donate to a child in need, just simply visit your local Piazza showroom and drop off a toy in the donation bin, and their sales and service teams will be happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs during your visit. For info, go to PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Thanks for the support, and they wish you a happy holiday.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's on. Hello.
9:06, fourth and final hour underway on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, at least from my vantage point. Looks like the fog is beginning to lift, at least from where I am looking out at an almost completed construction site. Hard to believe. It's been a couple of years. A lot to get to here in the final hour. We got our morning mystery movie clip. That's coming up at 9:20 this morning. Actually, I take that back. No morning mystery movie clip. We are doing presidential trivia again today.
Yep.
So at 9:20, you're going to want to jump in on the phones, 855-839-1210. Get 3 questions correct. Or if we have to lower the standard because nobody can really get anything accomplished, we'll lower it to maybe 1 or 2 Or maybe even like yesterday, somebody just had a great joke and said the answer was Joe Biden. And it was not Joe Biden, but it made a lot of sense and it was funny. And we gave them the $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. So you will be playing for a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner coming up in about 13 minutes. Also, the cut sheet part due today in music history. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? We'll sprinkle in some calls as well. And also, we have to break down in a little bit of a precursor to the cut sheet part due what Nancy Mace was doing, I think, 7-8 years ago. Again, just playing it because the audience needs to see these types of things.
Did you see? Wait, hang on. Did you see this video, Dawn?
Of Nancy Mace?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, good.
Greg and I will just watch it on loop, and
I'm curious to see your reaction.
I know. I saved it. I didn't look at it.
All right. In the meantime, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:08.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 as we look to the manhunt for this armed, dangerous suspect following murder on the main line, a story that is now, yes, making national news. So officials locally issuing this warrant for the arrest of a man from West Philadelphia for the deadly home invasion that took place. This happened in the Wynwood section of Lower Merion Township on the main line of Philadelphia. They're searching for 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts, wanted for murder and burglary. And yes, he does, according to law enforcement sources, has a rap sheet, and there already was a warrant out for his arrest on other unrelated burglary charges. So in this one, he's ID'd as the man who is now accused of killing a 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio, who did not survive the shooting. He was shot multiple times in the home where his mom, 61-year-old Bernadette Gaudio, she was able to survive the multiple gunshot wounds that she also suffered. She was able to call 911, getting police to come to the scene. They rushed her to the hospital. She has undergone surgery. She's still in critical condition, but they've stabilized her condition this morning. And the hope and the prayer is it looks positive that Bernadette will survive this horrifying shooting inside her home. So they are searching right now, and this is an active situation in our region. Hyundai Azera is the vehicle. It's a white vehicle, license plate with Pennsylvania registration 24963 with a handicapped wheelchair symbol on that license plate after those numbers. And this guy, they've put his picture everywhere, asking everybody to take a look. But if you know who he is, if you think you see this guy, do not approach him. Call 911. He's considered extremely dangerous, and they say he is armed.
Yeah, don't try to be a Daniel Penny in this situation. No way.
And of course, today we're learning new details of what's going on with the accused assassin of the United Healthcare CEO who was gunned down in New York last week. This is a case that has culminated in Altoona, Pennsylvania, with a very observant McDonald's worker, restaurant worker. Nick Kayal asked the question this morning, will the McDonald's worker who spotted the suspect, who's now charged with second-degree murder, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione of Maryland, but will the Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's worker get there was at least one, if not several, different rewards being offered for the capture of this man.
Should get every bit of it. I think the number was 10,000. By the way, there's another detail that I think is interesting that maybe should have given, and I don't know that you ever arrive at the conclusion that somebody's going to go through and execute a CEO. But according to reports, Mangione went off the grid with friends for over 3 months where communications just stopped. So again, we talk about like the calculated nature of some of his acts and the buildup to it. It seems to me that you could arrive at the conclusion that this guy not only shut down communication with friends, but went basically on a 90-day, I don't know what you would call it, to prepare this thing. This was not just a spur of the moment reactionary move. Like four fake IDs, finding the location of where this guy would be, the transportation to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. My friends don't disappear for 90 days.
Yeah, there's more to this. And I think that's even though there was a manifesto in that, at one point, reportedly, he had said for the federal authorities, he acted alone.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another question. And even when you hear his, family says they're devastated, friends say they're devastated, valedictorian, good student, friends, popular. What happened?
Yeah.
What snapped?
And if he cut off his friends for 3 months, was there a gap in communication with the family and the parents? Did he
That's a great question.
Did he talk to his parents every day, and then all of a sudden did he stop talking to them for the final 2 weeks? These are the things that I want to know.
So at this point, this suspect is still in Pennsylvania and is being extradited to New York City. And so that is why they charged him with some charges, but he faces more charges, we're being told, by the law enforcement in New York City, right?
And no death penalty in the state of New York, correct? I think you said that
I believe
yesterday or a few days ago.
Even if they do, they're not.
Well, second-degree murder wouldn't warrant the death penalty either way.
Yeah, and so far they've charged him with the gun charges because it was printed from a 3D printer where it's not traceable, the second-degree murder charge. But there are future tougher first-degree murder charges, premeditated. That's expected once he gets in New York. That's what we're hearing. If you're curious, it was the McDonald's on 407 East Plank Road in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And police received a report of a suspicious man wearing a medical mask and a beanie hat who resembled the suspected gunman in Mr. Thompson's murder. That was according to the complaint.
You know what? As crazy as this is, because we've only seen him leading up to his capture with a mask and a hood or a hat on. He probably would have went undetected, or he would have been on the run longer if he would have taken off the mask.
Agreed.
Right?
I think that you bring up the best point, which is, had he gone maskless, but then if he would wear a baseball cap, put a baseball cap on that's like a Phillies hat or something like that, and don't wear a mask, because depending on where you are in Pennsylvania, after what we went through here, in Pennsylvania, and Governor Tom Wolf, and we all voted to restrict his executive orders, kind of gave him a little spanking there because they went too far. So I think in that part of the state, had he been in Philadelphia, a mask may not have garnered as much attention. But I think in Altoona, they're looking like not many people are wearing masks.
Right. What's this guy got going on?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a great point. That was a great observation. I also wonder if his fake ID with the name Mark Rosario, is that name something that is, I don't know, significant?
Didn't he have a New Jersey driver's license?
With the name Mark Rosario.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is on YouTube if you're watching.
Okay, cool.
So is that name somehow significant? I have no way of knowing.
About that.
What was the address that he used? It's blurred out.
It's blurred out.
I think it's blurred.
Probably is somebody else's identification.
Is that Maplewood, New Jersey? It is. It's Maplewood.
So.
It's Maplewood, New Jersey is the address he used.
So what is the significance with that?
Interesting.
And then what we've learned about him, University of Pennsylvania graduate, holds 2 engineering degrees from UPenn, comes from a large, very high-profile family in the Baltimore area in Maryland there, including his Republican cousin, Maryland State Delegate Nino Mangione, who represents part of Baltimore County. His paternal grandparents, Nicholas and Mary Mangione. Now, Mary just died just a year ago, and she had Parkinson's. Nicholas died, much earlier. They were real estate developers, self-made millionaires, purchased the Turf Valley Club, Country Club, Spectacular Spa and Golf Club in the late 70s, Hayfields Country Club, Hunt Valley in the 80s, operated at least one, maybe more radio stations over the years, WCBM, Baltimore radio station. And then Mom, by the way, you asked what his sister, by the way, is a doctor in Texas.
Yeah.
Mom runs a kind of a boutique small travel company that travels just to the Mediterranean. Her name is Zanino Mangione. So they all have jobs, the family. As we heard, the mom is Kathleen Zanino Mangione.
Yeah.
So they all do have jobs. They've expressed shock with this. But what's significant in the Baltimore region, it's not just that they ran that healthcare, caregiver facility that they founded. They also, if you go to their hospital system, much like we have like the Kimmel Center here, we have certain families, the Lenfest family. We have in Philadelphia, we have families who have been extremely generous, and are they provide for us the arts and certainly it provided to our hospitals.
Yeah.
In the Baltimore area, if you look at their hospitals, they have the Mangione Center. They're a huge name in the medical community and medical donors.
You want to hear something very ironic about the radio station that the grandfather owned? So it is a 50,000 watt station,
just like ours.
And Greg Stocker, hold on to your skivvies here.
I know.
The
I know
morning
what you're gonna say.
morning drive show is called Casey and Company.
I know.
Really?
Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah. As I was reading a lot about this last night, I saw that because I looked up the radio station.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We might need to do a Casey and Company, Kayal and Company simulcast, and we should talk to them about this case, about this story.
Well, I mean, what the hell do they know? The guy didn't own it anymore. Like he hasn't owned it in a long time, right?
Who's the brand manager? Do you know him?
No idea. I don't think it's an Odyssey station.
No, it's not.
So they founded this specialty caregiving, like for seniors or acute or subacute rehab, skilled nursing, assisted living. They founded that Lorien Health Systems. That was something that the grandparents did, and they're quite famous with many locations. And we know that he graduated as a valedictorian. Part of his valedictorian speech is out there from a private all-boys school in 2016, and then was right here, University of Pennsylvania, right in the Philadelphia region. But yeah, the family owning and had been a huge supporter of the Greater Baltimore Medical Center and all these different hospitals and foundations, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, University of Maryland, St. Joseph Medical Center. So if you were if you're from that area, if you're familiar, you would see the Mangione family or Mangione, their family name on many health facilities and hospitals.
So no female companionship in high school. Then he goes to the Ivy Leagues, becomes an anti-capitalist and a pro-climate change guy. And now the Daily Mail has just reported that Luigi Mangione was unable to have sex because of severe back injury, his former roommate says. Well, that'll do it to you. You looking for a motive?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
some was serious.
His back pain, yes,
back
caused his.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he had somewhere online. He had the whatever imaging, the X-rays or MRIs, whatever,
And they had
and
screws
had these
in there.
huge like, metal screws in his back.
Yep.
I don't know. Did you guys find out what was it a sports injury?
That I don't know, but he was a soccer player in high school. But he's also one of these computer people. By the way, sitting at a computer for 10 hours a day, not good for your posture though.
By the way, I'm still getting tons of hate.
As you
Why?
should.
Tweets for my take on
back pain's mental. The guy that's been nursing a bike injury for years that can't do the bike rides.
Read Dr. John Sarno's book. I'm telling you.
Oh, all right,
mind over back pain. Mind over back pain. I'm telling you.
I was actually going to ask you for a source, and you just gave it.
There you go. He believes that most of the back pain comes from tension, which comes from anxiety, stress.
Well, there you go.
Of course, yeah. People who play sports get back injuries. I understand. Like you get into an accident, you get back injuries. I understand all
herniated discs.
But I'm just saying that a lot of it comes from tension, according to the book I read, which I think is spot on.
And by the way, for those that can't afford certain things with the healthcare system the way it is to alleviate the pain,
yeah,
that's why they've got PA wine and spirits.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Numb your pain a different way. Much cheaper.
Number 3, we got to divert from all this serious stuff. Eagles.
Yeah.
Well, they're having their
Eagles.
Over there, they're not debating chapstick for men, but I don't know, maybe Brandon Graham has a little bit of chapped lips or chapped something because
chapped keister.
He's apparently there's a rift between Jalen Hurts and AJ, they go way back, AJ Brown.
Yeah.
And now Brandon Graham is kind of walking that back because he shouldn't have.
Well, he said it yesterday.
Been so graphic.
He said it yesterday on WIP because they do the Brandon Graham show every Monday at 6 p.m. from Chicky and Pete's. And he said that there needs to be more communication between, as he said, 1 and 11.
Yeah.
Meaning Jalen and AJ Brown, and they might not be on the same page with a lot of things. And then he was asked about it by John Clark, I think, from NBC Sports. And he basically said, yeah, I probably should have talked to these two before I spouted my mouth. So I wonder how much longer he's going to have that show on WIP.
Well,
Oops.
I
Well,
referenced that yesterday.
Yeah,
Because
he did.
A.J. Brown was asked after the game on Sunday, what do you need to improve on offense? And he was like, passing, which I said, like, that's a shot at Jalen Hurts.
100% it is.
But it's and now McNabb has given his thoughts on it. And then T.O. has given his thoughts on it. So they're trying to make this a McNabb T.O. thing, and I don't think it's remotely close to the same situation.
Well,
because
now,
they like each other. McNabb and T.O. hated each other.
Well, Brandon Graham now completely backtracked, I guess, late last night, and he said, quote, he had it all wrong, and he's planning to apologize to both Hurts and Brown in person. He's very sorry, and he should have just shut it.
Yeah. Well, and A.J. Brown shouldn't have said, I mean, it's weird. We appreciate honesty from people when they're approached by the media, but there's some things you just probably shouldn't say, and that was a passive-aggressive way to throw your quarterback, who you're buddies with, under the bus. And by the way, A.J. Brown has become T.O.-like in his production because of Jalen Hurts. Just look up at A.J. Brown's numbers when he was in Tennessee. When I was in Nashville covering him, he wasn't putting up the numbers he was putting up now. Don't forget who butters your bread there, Skip.
Well, that's the butter of your bread, chap lip friend.
Enough sports.
So, well, it was more about a workplace rift.
Yep.
And being passive aggressive in the workplace. You know, I think we could all, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't say stuff like that.
Yeah, Brandon Graham's like,
I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself.
Yes, see? I don't know. I was looking for something lighter, and I just, that was, I should ask maybe Kevin Poles for something a little. I'm trying to get away from all the murder mayhem.
Yeah.
Back pain, lip chap situation.
Yeah. Kevin Poles looks like a chapstick kind of guy.
Yeah. I'm a chapstick kind of guy. Yeah. I don't have chapped lips, but I'll wear it if I do.
Hey, you guys do you.
By the way,
live your life.
Somebody on the YouTube chat said it correctly. You don't wear chapstick. You put it on.
Okay, good.
No, it's true. It's true. I made the mistake of saying it, but it's true. You put on chapstick.
Yeah, okay. But you put on clothes and you also wear them, right? If you want to get real semantical here.
Boy.
Okay. All right. YouTube correctors.
We have to put on. We have to put on commercials.
Put on.
If you don't mind.
I'm going to wear a commercial during the break.
Rubs the lotion.
Or it gets the hose.
Yeah. we got to do the maybe.
Yeah, speaking of hose,
maybe we'll save the
well, I should have done
the
Nancy
video.
Mace.
Well, no, we'll save the video
or
the not the video, the trivia for tomorroall.
Yeah. Let's bag the trivia for tomorrow.
I want to do the
I want to do Nancy Mace on the other side. Let's do Nancy when we come back. 855.
Does Nancy use
chapstick? Well, she might after.
Yeah,
you see this video,
and she uses chapstick after the quickie with the husband before she goes to her breakfast.
You have
her
to,
brunch prayer. Remember that?
You have to. Say, I've been in some situations. Let's just say, I've never seen this type of
activity.
Well,
exercise.
There may have been a few clubs that stuff like this may have gone on in, but man,
Nancy
not
Mace,
not in somebody's house.
Right. Well, maybe at Diddy's house. You never know.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Get on over to YouTube if you like this kind of sophomoric humor. Back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
'Tis the season for Tasty Cake. That chillin' tasty cake, except no substitutes.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. 9:33. It's Kayal and Company rolling on here on a Tuesday morning. Big week still ahead. Don't forget Tony Bruno tomorrow at 8:30. Sean Farish Friday at 8:30. We'll pick back up with presidential trivia tomorrow for a Metro Diner $50 gift card. But time to head on over to the YouTubes, if you wish. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button while you are there as we analyze some film that has been unsurfaced from somebody's past.
Uh-oh.
Gregory, I'll let you tee this one up, brother. I'll provide the play-by-play, the color commentary.
So this video came out from the Daily Mail of Nancy Mace with two other individuals. I believe one is a female, right? And the other's a male.
That's correct. Could be a couples thing. Two females, two males.
They look to be at a dining room table.
Yes.
This was allegedly during 2016, during the Trump, the first Trump administration during 2016.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing shots around a table.
Okay, we've all done that. Well, I have.
And they were playing a game called Baby Bird.
Baby Bird, okay.
Dawn, have you ever played Baby Bird?
Never. I've never played Baby Bird.
Do you know what Baby Bird is?
Well, I know that baby birds. I don't know what it is.
Okay, it's when you take a shot.
Okay.
And you don't swallow it, you put it into the next person's mouth.
Yes.
Oh,
it's like spit swap.
Well, like a baby bird. So mama bird goes and gets the worm, crunches it up, and then puts the food in the baby bird's mouth.
Now, full disclosure, I have been at clubs in my early years. And no. They used to have. Remember, like, you used to go to the clubs in the early 2000s, and they had shot girls that used to have those little tubes of shots they used to walk around with.
Yes.
There may have been some clubs in the Lehigh Valley that may have done the Baby Bird thing where
Montana West,
where they do the shot, and then the really sexy waitress puts it in your mouth for you.
Mm-hmm. This was in your pre-germaphobe days.
Yeah, by the way, it's wonder we're
jobs.
all sick and disgusting. All right, so this video
this is like it's supposed to be kinky or something.
The video on Earth is Nancy Mace doing this with two individuals.
Now, full disclosure, because I have her Wikipedia up, she did not become a congressional leader until 2021.
Yep.
And at the time, so you said this was 2016.
Yep.
She was married to her first husband, Curtis Jackson.
Okay.
Not 50 Cent, by the way. A different Curtis Jackson.
Okay.
But they are playing hip-hop music in the video.
All right, Phil, roll the video. See, there we go.
There you go, Nance.
Is that a female?
Is that Rachel Maddow? She passes it off to bald dude with glasses.
And then somebody else does it?
Yeah.
And then he vomits.
And she can't finish it. Yep. Oh. Disgusting.
Ew.
It's disgusting. I don't even find that kinky or sexy or anything like that.
I think it's just nasty. I don't know what.
First of all, who are these people?
I don't know.
What are they doing in South Carolina?
Here, can you roll the video one more time, Phil? Just for.
So there's at least one man.
Yes.
In the group.
And she starts it out with the shot that she does.
Yes.
She gives it to a female, I guess, with spiky hair,
on arm tattoos,
who has it in her mouth, and she puts it in the mouth of a man who has glasses, and then he puts it in the mouth of a female,
right.
And then he vomits.
Yep.
And then she swallows it, I guess.
Yeah. And that man, that is not Lindsey Graham.
And they all have herpes now.
That's not Tim Scott.
I joke. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just making a joke.
I know there's a lot of people causing a ruckus about that. I think it's disgusting, but I don't know what the. First of all, let me ask you something. Let's just bring it back to the most basic level. What is, and I've never done this and posted any of these things on social media. What is, because obviously this was pulled from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the story says it was leaked, was it?
No, the Daily Mail obtained it from, I'm sure whoever's filming this released it. You know what I mean? Because they're like, holy man, we have Nancy Mace on video doing this.
Yeah. See, this is where like the advancements of technology self-sabotage people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you talk about social media and not everything needs to be on social media. Like, what is the point of even recording that? Well, Nick, don't be you're being a Debbie Downer. It's fun.
It's funny.
It's fun. It's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting. You're shotgunning like some fruit juice mixed with vodka. And then you're swapping it off to somebody else. You know how banged up I would have to be to even partake in that?
Yeah, I mean, it
just doesn't look.
No.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anybody do this? I'll start with you.
Yeah,
Nick,
I saw you last year at the Andy Chan block party doing this. No, I've never seen anybody do this.
Dawn, have you ever seen anybody doing this, even from your days of waitressing or bartending or whatever you
Not
did to
college,
get yourself through?
Not in crazy TV news parties, after parties. Nope.
The only time I've ever even seen a transfer of anything alcoholic beverage related from one mouth to the next was in the episode of The Big Bang Theory when Penny gave the lime wedge from her mouth to Leonard. That's it. And I was cringed over that as well.
I mean, look, she's 47, so this happened.
All right, let's get down to the crux of this.
Yeah.
Nancy Mace is a good time, right?
She's a goer.
Right?
She's a goer.
Dawn, your thoughts, Nancy Mace?
I don't know that you could keep up with her.
You're probably right. I'm not saying I could handle her. I'm just, I think Nancy Mace is probably
She's a handful.
A good time. And by the way, let's get back to where Nancy's been in the news a lot lately with the fighting of the bathroom. Do we really, now I know she is a rape victim, so I take that seriously. Mm-hmm. Do we think that some of this is a sales job by Nancy Mace on the trans front? Or is this a genuine belief? I think it's as far as not selling the rape thing, but like I don't know. Now maybe there's a separation of maybe Nancy Mace is a good time, but also feels like men shouldn't be in women's bathrooms. But I don't know. I think Nancy Mace. I got to tell you, she's at the top of my power rankings right now.
The lines are blurred a little bit, guys. I hate to say it. You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
This is a very I don't want to say intimate because it's. But like you're putting your lips on somebody else. You know
and full disclosure, I'm a huge fan of Nancy Mace. She doesn't get under my skin like Marjorie Taylor Greene does, by the way.
And she made those comments at the prayer breakfast about getting a quickie.
With her then fiance, but I think they've called it off.
Oh, okay.
And nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Maybe they were baby burning it too.
And nothing wrong with what she's doing there. It just becomes fair game to comment on when it's publicly posted.
Yeah. I mean, look,
hey man. What happens in the low state apparently doesn't stay in the low state.
Goers go. You know what I mean?
Shooters shoot.
Shooters shoot and goers go.
Live your life. You didn't commit no crime, Nance.
Well,
nothing to be ashamed of.
The co-founder of the Gender Liberation Movement, Raquel Willis, is saying that this social media activity verifies the lawmakers' willingness to engage in anti-trans politics. I don't really understand that, but they're saying that this kind of activity online is showing that she, on one hand, wants to stop people publicly and then engages in, maybe they think that this is LGBTQ plus activity or something?
Well, I mean, she did put her mouth on another female.
So okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're saying that she's
I mean,
contradicting
am I wrong?
herself.
Am I wrong that was a female,
She
right?
did
That
put
she put her mouth on.
Hey, we got receipts. Tape doesn't lie. Nancy Mace, by the way, journalism and mass communication degree from Georgia. She's got a future to take on Stephanopoulos again.
By the way, for everybody criticizing, we're the only radio show that's going to show this video. Everybody else is going to pretend it didn't happen. So stop.
I'm not criticizing her. I just think it's nasty. I wouldn't want to do it, and I wouldn't want to film it. But I mean, what you do in your own private home is up to you. She didn't do anything wrong.
That's what talk show hosts do when something doesn't fit a certain narrative, is that they just don't mention it, pretend it doesn't happen.
Well,
I would actually also argue she looks better now than she did in that video.
Agreed.
The truth, I would say, I don't think it hurts her at all.
No, of course it doesn't. No,
it's like harmless.
It doesn't. It's harmless mouth swapping.
Yeah.
With a bunch of
years
people.
ago.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
You be you.
Yeah.
Same thing Tim Scott and Mindy are doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, if this was AOC, this would definitely get the same level of. That would definitely get the same level of scrutiny, right, guys? Right, guys?
I'd be consistent. AOC, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'd watch it.
If it was AOC, it would be broadcasted all across Fox News right now for the last 6 hours. But since it's Nancy Mace, we might not mention it.
I would actually argue that you wouldn't see AOC doing it because right now, with the transformation of the two Republicans are the ones that have all the fun.
Yeah.
Democrats are the one with the stick up their ass.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break.
By the way, AOC worked at Hooters. We should ask her if she ever saw this while she was serving.
I don't think she worked at Hooters.
She was a bartender, though.
Yeah, but not at Hooters, was it?
just go with me here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just go with me.
He's rolling. Go with him.
I'm on one today. All right, we'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history, and then we'll get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Stay right there. We're back after this.
You know, when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From the custom cabinets to the countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic, by the way, local company. They were here just last week, and they're the only company of the kind where they make everything in-house. And so that makes them unique in my book, but they get the job done. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary with a little help from our friends at kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both nicholassmithtrains.com and nicholassmithtoys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want to grow your savings even when interest rates drop? Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options with amazing rates like our 15 and 24-month certificates to lock in higher earnings. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. DuckDuckGo has millions of users and thousands of 5-star reviews. Local company making privacy products in our area since 2010. I want to tell you about Privacy Pro, and you're going to get a 30-day free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. Why do you need Privacy Pro? Well, come on, it's so obvious, right? With all the hackers and scammers out there. Privacy Pro is your 3-in-1 privacy solution from the name in privacy, DuckDuckGo. You're going to get the VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. And subscribers get a service that will help restore your identity if it gets stolen. Plus, you get the VPN to secure your Wi-Fi connection wherever you are. And I'm always on the road, so that's huge for me. And personal information removal. I don't want anybody knowing any of my personal details. You get all that for less than $10 a month. It's amazing. You got to have it in this day and age. And you get a 30-day free trial, but only if you go to duckduckgo.com/1210. duckduckgo.com/1210. Sign up today just like I did. duckduckgo.com/1210.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning from Penny to Luigi to Neely to Nancy. It's the only show that can pull off what we do. Not even Casey and Company down in Baltimore can do this. That's why they call it Kayal and Company. Dawn show coming up 7 minutes from now. We'll find out what she has lined up top of the hour. But right now, if you've been paying attention to a lot of the music and the rejoiners today, maybe there's a rhyme or reason to it.
Nah, not at all.
Not at all. Let's see what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 10th, we celebrate the birthdays of Meg White from the White Stripes, who's 50. Joseph Massis from Dinosaur Jr., who's 59. Gar Smith from the Buzzcocks, who's 69. And Wolf Hoffman from Accept, who's now 65. We also lost Mike Nesmith from the Monkees on this day in 2021. Rick Danko from the Band in 99. And Otis Redding in 1967. Sings include Don't Believe Her by the Scorpions in 90. And Wake Up Dead by Megadeth in 1986. Albums include Wings Over America by Wings in 76. A Day at the Races by Queen, also on the same day in 76. The Stones released their first live album in 66, and the Fine Young Cannibals released their debut in 85. Also in 2010, the original handwritten lyrics to Bob Dylan's song The Times They Are A-Changin' sold at auction for $422,000. In 2015, Janis Joplin's 1965 Porsche sold at auction for $1.76 million. In 2007, Led Zeppelin reunited the O2 Arena in London. In 91, Alan Freed is awarded a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 71, Davy Jones appeared on the Brady Bunch. In 65, the Grateful Dead played their first concert at the Fillmore in San Francisco, and actually it's their second overall. And in 2011, Metallica played the last of four 30th anniversary shows, also at the Fillmore in San Francisco. But lastly, on this day in 73, CBGB's opened up in New York City. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
You learn something every day, folks.
You do.
It's just unbelievable.
Yep.
Nice work, Philip. And now we find out and we learn what Dawn has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yes, we have a lot of developing stories that we're following. We have new information on one Luigi Mangione. So more information on him. He's the suspect, alleged assassin who's being held here in Pennsylvania. So we'll break that down for you. We'll talk about the downpours. Are they going to ease the drought that we've been experiencing? Talk about the weather a little bit. Joe Biden, there is latest development with Joe Biden. What's he up to? Trump news in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have a great expert to take us through what's going on as well. I mean, we just have so much going on. So it's all breaking, developing. Hans von Spakovsky.
Yeah.
Hans, baby. He'll join me in the 11 o'clock hour. Love him. He'll take us through the 14th Amendment, take us through some of the stories we've been talking about this week, and kind of put a bow on that as far as the immigration issue, because he's great on this issue.
That's right. And when you get done in the bathroom, make sure you wash your hands, before you get back to work.
Oh my God.
All right, that'll do.
End the show
Yeah,
now.
I know. It was
that
an
what you
awful
call it?
show. All right, just, we're never going to redo this show again. Throw this one in the hopper.
Thank you.
All right, that'll do it for
Bad
us.
takes and all.
Bad takes and all. YouTube chat comments be damned. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We will see you tomorrow for a Bruno Wednesday, and we start at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple